Okay, so our first presentation, our first presenter is Mike Eden, who's been working with academic content at Cambridge University Press for 20 years. So.
Good morning. We wrote this paper with a colleague of mine, Tom Cleghorn, who unfortunately can't be here. So some of the more finer of the technical details really should be answered by him, but I've got his address at the end. So I'm going to share with you some of the experiences we had implementing bits into our book production workflows at Cambridge. I'll go through a little bit of history and how we got to that point of needing change. A little bit about how the change happened and some of the challenges we faced during implementation and obviously the benefits of moving to bits. Where am I? So, we've got a fairly big history of considering markup at the press, from HTML headers for online delivery of journal content, through our own typesetting system, which was upgraded to have semantic markup in there, through to full text DTDs. And around about 2000, there was the ambitious goal of creating a DTD that would serve both books and journals. And the Chamomile DTD was born. And along with that, we commissioned a bespoke rule-based system for QA validation called Caveat, and all was good. And we had this DTD. It was great. However, Chamomile proved to be quite difficult. As an example, here's a very simple paragraph with some styled text, and that was it became quite difficult for our vendors at the time, who were encouraged to start implementing XML first workflows. And we struggled for about 2 years with Chamomile, during which time it was decided that actually this wasn't the best scenario. So we split out 2 DTDs. We had a separate one for journals, CJML, and a separate one for books, CBML. And these loosely followed the NLM DTDs at the time. It was much easier for typesetters to start. I'm not doing too well with the mouse here. So it's a lot more familiar to people with the type of language used there. More familiar with the NLM. So it was, as I said, much easier for suppliers to integrate into their systems. And from our point of view, it was still ours. It wasn't the NLM DTD. It was CBML. And we always felt that having a proprietary DTD was an advantage. It gave us freedom. It gave us freedom to do whatever we wanted. If we got a new model or a new type of content coming in, we'd create new elements, new models within the DTD. It was no problem. We owned it. It was ours. However, that freedom sort of became abused, shall we say. And it's an easy road to fall down, slip down, adding new bits as and when, and being very bespoke to each product. We had a Word template that was used at the time, but this was relatively flat, in as much as any of the styles there were unique for the structure. They actually contained structural information. So if we consider a bullet list, we had a bullet list within an extract, bullet list within other environments. So it quickly got this ever-increasing list of styles within the Word template. It became sprawling. And frequent ad hoc amendments just didn't really make things easier. And one of the problems we found was that because this early process was open to a little bit of interpretation, and it was difficult to implement for the typesetters. This was before we were doing XML, sort of proof XML first. So the first time we saw the XML was at final delivery. And we were picking up errors with the DTD or problems with the DTD and markup at final stage. It's sort of a bit late in the workflow to be picking up those sorts of things. So there would have to be rushed, quite quick amendments made, not only to the DTD, but validation scripts. Incidentally, by this time with CBML, we'd moved away from Caveat and had started using Schematron. Along with the pressures to reduce book production workflows and simultaneous publication of print and online or digital content, these changes were made increasingly late in the day and rushed, and particularly some changes made to the validation may have had adverse effects on other content coming through. So it was very, very clear, and obviously all of this was a resource burn. It wasn't the right place to be applying that type of resource. So a review was a sensible way forward. So at that point, the XML team were aware of bits and the models there. We had a colleague, Alison Litherland, who had been feeding into some of the books discussions for bits. But sensibly, the business said, well, no, we need to be open and ask all the right questions. So it went out for consultancy, and we had Apex come in, and Bill Kasdorf came in and to look at our XML and recommend an unbiased way of looking forward. So bits was recommended, rather than reworking the proprietary DTD that we'd got or any other thing. One of the points that was considered was XHTML. However, we discounted this on the grounds that all of our automated workflows that we'd got, we felt that getting that in the specification, validation would have been, and for the breadth of content that we've got, would have been far too much work, much more work than getting this structured XML. So it was clear, actually, during this time, during the review, that it wasn't just the XML standard that needed to change, but we needed to take a holistic approach and look at the whole ecosystem, through from copy editorial codes through to HTML, XSLT and HTML outputs. And obviously we were encouraged to ask all the questions at every point, looking in all the nooks and crannies to see what it was that we needed to do. So even down to who was going to do this work. Would we outsource? Do we do it internally? What are the effects on products? How were we going to manage that migration? And how we're going to support the existing workflows? A book in production can be quite a long time. If you've already got it in one format, you need to support that going through. And indeed, we were still seeing some CBML books still coming through last year. And so there were some initial decisions made and concepts. And what came out, we had 3 major concepts that were coming out, that came out of it all. The first was not to subset. And we've heard yesterday a lot about subsetting. Do you subset or don't you subset? We decided not to, and to have the full suite of bits at our disposal. We also decided that we had to have the copy editor with word styles mapping 100% through to our the cut bits model, and that this would be validated through a rich set of rules for schematron. So we had to look at bits. Now, a couple of the other points, major reasons for taking bits, is that we'd already moved to JATS for our journals workflows, and so the thought of being able to at some point or another align both of these, this project didn't cover that, but being able to do that at some point in the future was considered a worthwhile goal. It also felt that bits being a standard across publishers would benefit from other publisher input. We could, if you like, ride on the coattails of being a part of a bigger picture, rather than, as we had done up until that point, being very blinkered and this is our standard, we do what we want, and actually opening it up and sharing and benefiting from a wider group. And while the NLM suite of DTDs is mostly born from the needs of STM content, and Cambridge being, particularly the books, had quite a large percentage of H&SS content, we did feel that it still served that content too. One of the exceptions to the implementation were we had some high design textbooks, and they've been parked up for the moment, and they're still staying in the formats that they're already in. So, previous. So we had a couple of challenges on our plate, and one major challenge was documentation. We needed to ensure that we had documentation that was fit for different audiences. We were going to have editors, copy editors, having to refer to this information. We had typesetters, and we obviously we had the development team as well. So rich documentation for different audiences, and documentation writing, I'm sure most people here would agree, is never a top priority. It's always quite a difficult thing to do. And there are other tasks to do, not necessarily complex tasks, but laborious nonetheless. So because we weren't subsetting, and even if we had, we still had to create our models, our understanding of what our use of the DTD. So defining all of the allowed hyphen type attributes and the values. dotted across the DTD, and how they were going to be fed back into the copy editorial process and through out into the HTML, and how they were going to be validated within the schematron. So that process went round. So we had standard the template, which helped inform documentation, which helped inform samples from the suppliers, and we went through a cycle of events of development. So there was also some conceptual hurdles to get over. And we felt that we needed help editorial staff in gaining a new understanding of content, and what was going to be required of the authors and the copy editors within this new model. And Tom helpfully made this an analogy or a breakdown that where it was clear that technical staff could be considered as lumpers in their concepts, combining things into a similar object. A bulleted list is a bulleted list no matter where it is. However, that editorial were considered splitters, where they would really see a bulleted list in one environment to be inherently different from a bulleted list in another environment. Hence, that's why we had the template beforehand. So there was a bit of a jump. But it was a very useful process to go through, because it gave an understanding across the business through the different teams. So the concept of start and end content markers in the copy edit codes, whose sole job was to mark the extents of an environment within the Word document, where within there, generic styles, paragraphs, lists could be validated and controlled. So, for example, here, a generic text box would be marked. So we have two markers, a beginning and an end, and everything else between. That would then flow through into the bits, converted to box text, and that the information also then flowing through to the EPUB and the HTML. That made the process, it meant that we had lineage of content all the way through from the Word file through to our digital products. There was a desire at the press to, again, own things. We wanted to also create and own the Word to bits transform. However, for this project and for expediency, because we were given quite tight deadlines, that was put on the back burner. And we felt that actually the vendors who do this for all of, generally anyway, would have to validate against our QA tool. I think, as Sasha said yesterday, trust and validate. And so, yeah, so we took that chance that we wouldn't necessarily do that with this implementation, but we would consider it in the future. So, onto the schematron. Well, this was going to be a much richer set of rules, as we had not subsetted the DTD. One of the major aspects of this was that we referred to a specific version of schematron using a HTTP call using processing codes. And sorry, just lost myself. So that meant that we could refer, that content was always valid against its version of the schematron. It's something we didn't have in CBML. And with all the changes that we had in CBML later on, you could go and get some XML from last year, and it wouldn't validate because it was always going against the latest version. So that was quite an important piece for us. But challenges using schematron was element ordering. And when you consider a simple model like this, for the context of title, it's easy to make that relationship with the paragraph and assert that. So, but when you consider something like that, trying to validate ordering, particularly options within that, becomes a lot more complex task. So we had the use of role. The DTD could be considered quite a large set of elements that were there that just might be present. And we then consider the schematron to be, if you like, a blacklist of what we don't want there. And it's difficult to distinguish the difference between those types of errors and validation. And the use of role, I think that was picked up yesterday as well, was incredibly useful in this process to differentiate between the different categories of error. So, as you can see here, we've got, I've got my slides out of order. So we've got here some examples of some simple rules. So here's a simple rule where we're defining that book part types of chapter part can't exist within a book part type chapter. So we're structuring, we're validating a model that parts can't exist within chapters, but the opposite would be true, that chapters can exist within parts. And we've got some more complex types of rule where this referring to a static external file through the variable required attributes, where we're defining all the elements that have attributes that we require, that are required within the DTD. So this might have been something that we would have used if we'd altered the DTD from where the DTD might say this is permissible, this attribute, where we're saying it has to definitely be there, where we would have changed the DTD to be a required attribute. We don't do that. We can force that here using schematron. And then here is a sort of modelling book type of rule where we have for the context of a paragraph with content type of judges within a book type of ILR, which is a legal publication, descendants within there must have at least one named content of a content type judge. So there must be a judge correctly captured within any paragraph of judges within an ILR book. And that would be something that incidentally in CBML we would have just created an element judges and we would have had that there. It would have been a lot more simple. But this is the trade-off for moving to an external standard. So the use of role. At one level, we look at the valid structures, whether something is required or disallowed within there, and that would be considered a fatal. And then specific structures within required and must follow a certain configuration, and we would error that. For example, when attribute X in element Y has value Z, then element Y must have no children. So it provides that distinction. And then we've got the warn for typographical warn role for any uncertain, something that may or may not be true. Something that often where you want people to have a look at content. And then the global information about the book. We can provide info. For example, this book has 12 chapters, usually at the root level. Although it's worth saying that that content must validate against the DTD and through the schematron. So, where are we now? Well, we're firmly out of the project and into business as usual. And it's been a bit of a slog. We've still got some time to go. We expect things to bed down over the next year. Probably another year of bedding in, refinement, and hopefully of seeing most products. And what next? Well, we're going to revisit the word to bits transforms, and we're going to look at those heavy design books and see if we can bring those back in to bits. So the challenges that we've faced, the project work and the actual project, doing the project whilst maintaining the current standard, defining the new one, all of the work needed doing. Resourcing was a particular issue. We were given a fairly aggressive schedule of about 5 months. And it took about 9 months from the green light to first book being put through bits model. It was a much needed review of content capture and ended up with a look at our whole workflow, a holistic. It was good to do that internal looking, making sure that we had a good system to go forward with. The benefits, well, we've got a standard that's, I think, going to become, if it's not already, the de facto standard for books, data capture for academic work. There's a strong case for it. We've got journals now. JATS is particularly the de facto standard, now it's NISO, and it is useful, as I said before, the idea of it being a shared standard, something that has input from various other sources. The unexpected benefits were what we got from that sharing, that common understanding between different fractions of the press. People that wouldn't have normally been involved in considering modelling and markup have now got a greater understanding of it, and we've got a sort of starting to create a common language between those parts. Editorial is often very distant from markup. We've also got a standard that's going to be easier for distribution. So we've got services like Scholars Portal now implementing bits as their standard. That means it's going to be easier for us to deliver content to them. And the reuse of the content becomes a lot easier. It's a standard vocabulary. So Oh. Do we feel our content basically is well served by bits? It's been a difficult but well worthwhile process to go through. We do feel our content is well served by this standard. And I'd just like to leave one last thought, and this is slightly off-piste, but there's been a lot of talk about, and unsurprisingly, to schematron. And I know that through this process, talking to the editorial teams and various other non-technical staff, the word schematron seems to bring up, conjures up Autobots and Decepticons and various other strange sort of transforming cars into people's heads. And while I was writing this presentation, I had my son asked me what schematron was, and I asked him, well, what do you think it is? And he came up with this, which I thought was brilliant. And I said, well, what is that? And it's a helmet that will help you come up with schemes, and it'll be mostly used by villains. Now, I don't think there's many villains in the audience, but for us, schematron is vitally important, and it's given us a means for actually restricting models and structures of elements and attributes, effectively doing the same job as subsetting. And we feel it's something we certainly can't do without. And it gives us the ability to flex now and use other chunks of the full suite of bits a lot easier than if we'd been making DTD changes every 6 months. So it's incredibly important to us. Though I'm sure there's a lot of people in the publishing industry who prefer the helmet. So on that note, I'll thank you, and any questions? Hi, Debbie.
Debbie LePere, Mulberry Technologies. My first comment is actually a thank you. Cambridge University Press was the most active participant on the BITS group, and they kept trying things and bringing us stuff and going, why doesn't it do this, and why doesn't it do this, and why doesn't it do this? And we'd go, oh, that's a good idea. Thank you. You guys were incredibly useful and helpful as committee members. And my other thing is, I'm sorry, also a comment, I was very impressed by your use of content type. That's exactly what content type, the attribute, is supposed to do. It's for information classing. So you, the publisher, can capture what you need to and do your information checks through something like Schematron. That's what it's designed for, and nobody uses it. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Caroline Weber from Aries Systems. Could you talk a little bit more about how you get the initial bits XML out of the Word doc? Is there any kind of tool you run it through, or?
Oh, well, I can't really talk about that. As I said, we left that up to the as vendors, suppliers, to provide that transformation for us. They've been doing that. They do that with our journals and various other workflows where they'll take the Word and transform it. We will want to desire, we still have a desire of owning things, and at some point in the future, once this is all settled down, we will want to consider owning that transform as well. Hi, Brendan.
So, thanks, that was very interesting. I'm going to have to think about a number of things you said. One of the things that I think is interesting with the strategy of putting Schematron so central is the question of managing the rule set. How is it that you specify what they're going to do? How is it that you test them? How is it that you publish them? All of that. What can you tell us?
Okay. as I mentioned, Tom is our XML architect, and I think he would have been much better placed. It isn't easy, and I know that was a challenge, but we felt that that actually changing a DTD on an ongoing basis was much more disruptive to the process, and that while the schematron can become more complex, and I know where you're heading with that, it is a headache, but having to consider that whole workflow, and this is why there's a lot more communication with editorial to say, what does this content do, how does it interact? So the rules aren't just made and assumed that, oh, we've got this, so it can't be something else. That there has to be, if you talk to editorial, oh, that is like that. Oh, but it can also exist here, or it does this. So there's a lot more communication going on. And it's a little bit more labour intensive to do that, yes, you're right. But,
well, I mean, in my experience, there are two things that you want to keep in mind when you start on this. Number one is getting something simple that's not actually it doesn't inflict damage, right? I mean, number one is that you don't want your schematron to lie to you.
no.
Right. So, and that's actually a concern. I mean, developers are perfectly willing to impose policy if you let them, or if they don't know that they're doing that, and that's how you end up in that situation, right? So you need something simple, but you also need to exert that level of control from the very get-go that you're going to need when you scale up in complexity, which means that those communication channels that you just alluded to are really the critical point, right? It's actually opening up those feedback loops whereby your editorial or your developers and so forth can communicate about what these needs actually are, that you avoid the sort of blindsidedness. And so it's easy to over-engineer early on, and that also is true of these communication channels and these the sort of supplemental infrastructure that we build. For example, the inline documentation into the schematron, which you have, right? You've taken the trouble of embedding documentation into the schematron. Presumably, that's going to be useful, right? I mean, that's why it's there.
Yeah.
And yet, it's another thing that needs to be managed and exposed, right? Because you don't want them to misrepresent things either. And a developer, as you know, is perfectly capable of going in and switching a rule and not updating the documentation so that they're out of sync.
Yeah.
So with every new utility, right, or new functionality that you introduce, you're also introducing something that needs to be managed.
Yes, I mean, it does have that resource overhead, but it's felt that with the use of things like subversion and testing through XSLT, our outputs to EPUB, we can try and manage that because it's a worthwhile goal. Yeah.
So have you ended up clustering your schematron rules by discipline or book type or things that are true for all your books?
No, I don't think so. We've got a set of, you alluded to different sets. We've got the, sort of common bits and pieces. I will have to leave, I know Tom would be quite happy to answer questions on things, so I'm going to have to leave that. But yes, they are compiled at the point that we process things. So, Debbie.
How do you facilitate getting the editors to tell you what they want the schematron to check? You said that it had increased the need for communication, which is good, and the amount of discussion, but how do you solicit the requirements from the editors?
Well, there's, at the point that there's a new structure or a new need, and that can still come up either now, hopefully, a little bit earlier on, so copy editors we've got quite a complex, the template that we've got is quite complex, but it's extensible because of the structural piece that we've got in there. And hopefully we're picking stuff up at that point. And that point, then we have early communication. Somebody will sit down and say, we've got this new thing. So they'll sit with the developer and the XML guys and go through it like that, so as and when.
Bruce, you want to come up and get the machine switch? We'll take one more from Vincent.
Hi, Vincent Izzy, Taylor and Francis. It was interesting, you mentioned that you're using JATS for journals and bits for books.
Mm-hmm.
Have you realized benefits from using JATS for journals and bits for books? And could you elaborate on that?
Not completely yet, no. Because of the way we're sort of leapfrogging. The business was two separate entities really working on, and they're now a single academic group. And one of the things that we'd like to consider after this is to align them properly and consider our JATS is subsetted, for example. We'd like to probably consider the same model that we've done with bits now and try and align them so that they're not leapfrogging, that we've got this a single sort of standard.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you villains have any more questions for Mike, you can get them at the break. Hey, we're missing somebody.
Oh, yeah.
No?
If we could get the screen switched. Beautiful.
Excellent. I have to get them the right set of notes. Okay, both our authors of the next presentation are here today. Bruce Rosenblum, who I think you all know, seems to be involved in everything. He's with the STS group, which we heard about yesterday. He's on the BITS group, which we heard about this morning. And he's also one of the original authors of the NLM DTDs and is a member in good standing of the JATS Standing Committee. Good standing. Caitlin Gebhardt has been working with Bruce, she's waving her hand, for 2.5 years at Inera, and I'll say she wrote a fantastic paper, and I hope you all go and read it. So please help me welcome.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of admissions to make before I start giving this talk. The first is I've never given a talk before that's not my own work. This is Caitlin's work. She did a tremendous job, and I'm happy to present the paper. The second is that I am not a mathematician. I am, on that score, totally unqualified to be talking about math. I think the last math course I had was calculus in high school, so any errors in math, please forgive me. I was an English major. What we're talking about today is all of the different ways that authors can put math into Word and all of the ways that you have of getting it out in a JATS workflow. Why are we doing this? Well, from the big picture perspective, because math should ideally be in a form that it's discoverable, accessible, and sustainable in terms of the publication environment. At a more micro level, the fact that JATS supports multiple models for doing math, and Tommy talked a little about this yesterday. You can have plain ASCII text with Unicode and font face changes. You can have graphics, you can have tech, you can have MathML. So 4 different ways of having math. In addition, there are multiple ways that you can have math embedded in Microsoft Word. And just quick show of hands. How many of you think there are 3 ways of inserting math into Microsoft Word? How many of you think 4? How many of you think 5? Fewer hands with each time. How many of you think 6? No hands went up. Up. 1? Okay. There are 6 ways of inserting math into Word. That's why this paper exists, is because we were finding ourselves spending more and more time talking with the publishers that we work with about what are all the different ways you can encounter math in a Word file, and then how do you wrangle that into JATS. A side note, Kava, if you're listening, this note is for you since you're not here this year. This paper is not about tech. Tech and LaTeX are great solutions that meet some STM requirements, particularly in mathematics and physics. But this paper is not about tech. We will talk about it in a few places. But this paper is about people who put mathematics into Microsoft Word, as much as that seems an anathema to the mathematicians. But to really start talking about this, we need to go back and take a little bit of an historical look at this. If you look back 100 years ago, and this happens to be a manuscript provided by Albert Einstein to a publisher, what would authors do? If they had a typewriter, they would actually type out their text, otherwise they would write it longhand, and the equations would be written in longhand. This was how mathematics would be communicated. Typesetting of all that was an enormously painstaking process. It was done with hot metal in the 19th and 20th centuries. In the 20th centuries, in particular, a company called Monotype did a huge amount of work to try to make it less painful, but no matter how you sliced it, it was painful. Photocomposition, which was invented in the 40s and commercialized in the 1950s, sort of had this taste great, less filling. Overall, typesetting became less painful in the photocomposition era than the hot metal era, but not for math, which is the less filling part. And in fact, famously, Donald Knuth got the page proofs for one of his books back in the 1970s, took a look at it and said, the typesetting is horrible, they have absolutely destroyed my math, and went off and invented tech as a reaction to bad typesetting. And Leslie Lamport extended that to LaTeX in 1985. Fundamentally, what tech and LaTeX are a powerful programming set of languages for typesetting. They're very powerful, they're also very complex. They happen to be the first choice for authoring for most mathematicians. In fact, the American Mathematical Society will not accept a paper that's not done in tech. If you want to author paper in Word, they will reject it. It's also first choice for physicists, and in a few other disciplines, some people will use it, particularly economics and computer science. But it's not the tool of choice for the rest of academia. Now, if you happen to have a casual conversation with a physicist, they will express in complete shock that the medical writers, for example, don't do everything in LaTeX. Outside of the people using tech and LaTeX, which is all the rest of the world, and probably about 90 to 95% of the papers that are authored, what you had was this transformation from the mid-'80s, where people were largely using typewriters, to around 2000, when people had pretty much shifted to using computers. And this was driven by a combination of factors: lower PC costs, increasing PC power. A huge factor was easy to learn and easy to use graphical user interfaces, and the rise of easy to use commercial word processing applications, most notably WordPerfect and Microsoft Word. And the other factor in this was that there became both formal and informal IT support within organizations where scholars were working. I gave a talk a couple of weeks ago, and I happened to mention an organization now defunct called the Boston Computer Society, which sprang up in the 1970s to help people who were actually pretty geeky at that point figure out how to use their computers. That organization dissolved by the 1990s because it wasn't needed anymore. Computers had become simple enough that mere mortals could use them. Ultimately, by 2000, what we had was the dominance of Microsoft Word, and the majority of papers being submitted to publishers that weren't in LaTeX or tech, or very simply the majority of papers being submitted to publishers were coming in Microsoft Word format. And this was driven by a variety of factors. Certainly the fact that Word had support for the things that academic authors needed: special characters, tables, and images. It had support for mathematics, which of course is the reason for this paper. It also had some very cool add-ins for citation and reference management. But here's the bottom line. It came to dominance because Microsoft figured out how to bundle a bunch of applications, including Word and Excel, into a low-price package. And that made it a very compelling reason to purchase it. And there are those who would say that was the only reason to purchase it because they don't like Word. One more bit of history before we dive back into Word, and that's a short history on math markup in terms of actually publishing content. Of course, we had tech and LaTeX, and of course, there was SGML before we had XML. And in the days of SGML, the American Association of Publishers actually created a math markup model in SGML. And that was adopted with some variations in, I see an acknowledgement going on about some authorship of that model in the front row, I think. That was adopted with some variations into ISO 12083. All of this, however, focused only on the presentation of math and not the structure of math. So in the mid-90s, a working group was formed, and ultimately MathML version 1 came out of this as a W3C recommendation. It was designed to solve the presentation problem, but also to go beyond that and facilitate reuse of math and support across multiple platforms. So MathML actually has two models. It has presentation MathML, which is concerned with the formatting of math, and it has content MathML, which is more about the meaning and semantics of the math. Little surprise that content MathML has not been anywhere near as successful as presentation MathML. It is much tougher to prepare content MathML. It's not something that you can typically do with complete automation. However, MathML, because it was a W3C recommendation and it had a lot more power than the old AAP math fragment, was very quickly adopted. And by 2001, Blackwell had adopted it into their DTD version 4. Elsevier had adopted it into their DTD version 5, which was when Elsevier made the switch from SGML to XML. And on the heels of this, in 2003, when the NLM DTD 1.0 came out, MathML was part of that. And in fact, in the very early discussions that we had in 2002 about how to create the NLM DTD, one of the main reasons it was modular was because it had to accommodate multiple math models, MathML, text, and because we figured that there was so wide use of the old AAP and 12083 model, we thought we were going to have to incorporate that into the NLM DTD. And so this was one of the main reasons for making it modular. It turned out that things moved so quickly we never looked back and we actually never had to bring that model in. So MathML ultimately became, in the first decade of this century, the preferred XML, emphasis on XML here, representation for math in tagged content. And there are benefits to MathML. It does make math more discoverable, it does make it more accessible, and your archive is more sustainable, certainly, than just having your math presented as graphics. Now we get to the heart of the paper. When I said there were 6 ways of getting math into Word before, I meant it. You can enter math as text, as graphical images, as word formula fields. How many of you know about word formula fields? Only a few hands. Yeah, we'll get to that. Design Science Math Type, Microsoft Equation Editor 3.0, and what Microsoft calls the Equation Builder. And I'll talk about all of these in more detail. So the first, very simply, is math as plain text. And this has obviously been available since Word was first introduced because it's what you can type at the keyboard, what you can add with special characters, what you can add with font face changes like superscript, subscript, and italic. It works really well for simple mathematical formulas that can be shown on a single line. However, it wasn't all that simple, in part because special characters in the bad old pre-Unicode days, or the dark ages, could be challenging. There was a symbol font that was made available, but that was limited to about 200 characters. And what happened is mathematicians needed far more than that, so we had a proliferation of mathematical fonts. For example, there was the old Adobe MathPi font set in 6 parts. And then there were Mathematica fonts, and God knows how many other font sets were created for the days when you could only have 230 or so characters in a font. And there was a complete lack of standardization on this. You also had creative authors who would, instead of looking around for a font, they would make their own font. And then, of course, they would submit the paper, and the paper wouldn't render correctly because they hadn't submitted the font with it. Special symbols are a much easier thing to deal with today because of Unicode. There is extensive support for special characters both within some of the newer Microsoft fonts that shipped with Word 2007 and later, and also the Stix initiative. And it's much easier to add them both through Word's insert symbol menu, and one of my favorite Word tricks, if you type the hexadecimal code for a Unicode value, highlight that code, and press Alt-X, you'll get the character. So if I type 03B2 and highlight those 4 characters and press Alt-X, I will get a Greek beta. And then if I highlight that beta and press Alt-X, I'll get the Unicode value again. So it's actually an incredibly useful trick with Microsoft Word. Converting these text equations to XML, in theory, you can just make them plain text. You could also, if they're inline, you could wrap them with inline formula. You could also have display formulas that are entered as plain text, and we definitely see this in papers coming in from authors. And so both of these fragments would be completely valid. I'm not sure if the equation is, after all, I was an English major, and I haven't had a math course in 40 years. And then you could, very simply, if it's a docx file, you could open that up, take the document.x fragment, XSLT your way over to JATS with obviously a much more complicated transform, but then you could grab this math and do something neat with it. Just watch out for the text encodings, because even with Unicode fonts, there are still lots of authors who are using old fonts for mathematics, and you've got to worry about what font you're in, what the encoding is, and possibly do a mapping for a special character set. Now this leads to an interesting question. When is structured math required? Some people would be perfectly happy to just have n less than 5 in the middle of a paragraph, no additional markup except the fact that n is italic. Others will say, whoa, no, that's an equation, and so it needs to be marked with inline formula. Well, then you have the question is, what constitutes an equation? N less than 5, okay. What if you just have a random italic n in the middle of text? Is that an equation? And there are all kinds of philosophical wars that rage over this. I know one publisher, I'll leave their name out, that insists that absolutely anything that even remotely smells of math must be marked up as a formula. In fact, that publisher in their pre-JATS proprietary DTD did not have elements for superscript and subscript, because their attitude was if you needed a super or subscript, it had to be an equation. Interesting approach to solving the problem. If these equations do need to be MathML or TeX in what you eventually create out of Microsoft Word, there are 2 ways to approach it. The first is you can have someone go through and rekey all of these little fragments into a proper math editor, and we'll get to what those are in a minute. Or you can try to write a script that will pick these off automatically. You can probably do that with about 80% accuracy, but ultimately you're going to have human review, because figuring out what the bounds of the equation are can be a little bit challenging, and it's often contextual. I've always personally, and this is opinion, as Tommy would say, I've always questioned the wisdom of needing to make all of these things equations. Some people insist on it for consistency of typography in the presented result. The other thing that you'll run into when you have keyboarded text is that authors can be creative, so to speak, as to how they enter things. So I've got a little table here with a couple of examples of something that's wrong and something that's right. Now, they look very similar, but people have used various tricks with font faces and maybe font sizes and so on to try to set these up. And if you try to read these with a screen reader, you'll get some very interesting things. For example, in the wrong column, the left side, that is an underlined plus sign, not a plus minus character. So that's not going to sound logical to somebody who's blind and this is being read by a screen reader. Or the next case down, and this is a real case. The author of that left-hand negative 0.5 knew that they needed a minus sign, because they knew that a minus sign was longer than a hyphen, but they couldn't figure out how to insert a minus sign. So what did they do? They inserted an underscore character and made it superscript. And then to get a little extra space, they actually threw a thin space before the 0. You have to remember that authors of scholarly papers are some of the smartest people in the world. We're talking about Nobel Prize winners. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're smart about how they use Microsoft Word. And so you will see incredibly creative use of Microsoft Word. So be forewarned, you should plan to do some editorial cleanup if you're going to be grabbing keyboarded math. Okay, model number 2, math is graphics. This is actually pretty simple. There are people who will sit there and take something like Windows Paint or Photoshop and draw all their equations because they don't know there's an equation editor in Word. They forgot to check their formal or informal IT support department to figure out how to properly insert equations. Unfortunately, when you get these, there's just no automated way to convert them to XML. You could leave them as graphics, or you can rekey them into some sort of a mathematical editor. Now, if you're a small volume, or not a small volume, if you're a publisher that has a very small volume of math, as most medical journals are, you could probably just leave everything as graphics in your workflow, as Tommy pointed out yesterday. MathML is not necessarily the right solution or even tech for a publisher that gets 2 display equations a year. The one thing to keep in mind with graphics, though, is that typically these are going to be bitmap graphics, not vector graphics, so they're not scalable. They won't consistently align with the text. They're not machine readable. You might want to consider alt text. Footnote to that comment, we discovered about a week and a half ago that the inline graphic element in JATS does not have a long desk element within it. The request has already been made for that in 1.2. And so these are not accessible. You could actually use alt text in there because alt text is available within inline graphic. Method number 3, the obscure equation and formula fields. These have actually been available since Word 1.0. They're the oldest form of math editing in Word. Today, they're all but hidden. It took me 6 clicks in a current version of Word to get to the point that I could insert an equation. So rather than just clicking the insert equation icon on the insert ribbon, it took 6 clicks to get to this feature. If you want to know how to do it, read the paper. We have it in the footnote. How do you detect these things? Well, there is a feature in Word, and this is another cool feature, that you can go to in their options dialog so that every field in a document will be shaded with gray. So the first thing you want to do is turn on field shading, but then to distinguish these from math type objects, you have to right click on it and you'll see edit field on the drop down menu. And that's the only way you can figure out these things are there, short of writing some Word macros. There are, however, limited XML conversion options for these. If they're a single line thing that can be represented at the keyboard, you could rekey it as text. You could take your doc or docx file and save it to HTML, and that now gives you low resolution, non-scalable graphics if you want to have a graphic of that. Or you can use math type to convert these fields into math type objects where they then become much more manipulable. A side note, we don't often see these. Microsoft has so well buried the feature that fortunately most people can't figure out how to find it these days. But every once in a while, you'll see a paper that has used the equation or formula fields. This leads us to method number 4, which is design sciences math type. Math type has been around since 1987, and this was designed by or created by Design Science as a what you see is what you get equation editor to serve as an add-in not just to Microsoft Office, but Adobe InDesign, WordPress, and basically any application that could work with what are called Olay objects from a technical Windows geek speak perspective. And one of the neat things about math type is it provides you a whole lot of different ways to get math out of Word, including going to MathML, Tech or LaTeX, EPS or GIF, and you can also write custom transforms for this. And in fact, there is a full math type SDK. It is available for free. The URL is in the slides and in the paper. And this actually gives instructions on how you can write your own custom translators to go from math type's internal format to whatever target you want. If you wanted to write a transform to go to AAP Math, if you thought that would still be useful, you could do that with this documentation. There's also an API for accessing math type directly itself, which means you can integrate math type in to have a huge amount of automation in a workflow working with math. This leads me to sort of the cousin of math type, which is the Microsoft equation editor, method number 5. In 1991, Microsoft realized that the formula fields weren't really working well for serious mathematicians, and I don't know if they lacked the time or the will, but they ended up licensing a subset of math type, which became known as Microsoft Equation Edit, and built that into Microsoft Word. And it was certainly well received. If you look back on reviews in PC magazines at the time, people said, hey, this is great. It's much, much easier to use than Fields. But it is a subset of math type. It lacks templates, it lacks symbols, and it lacks export and conversion features. However, it did allow authors to work with a much richer set than formula fields. However, because it's the subset of math type and it doesn't have any of those extra features for conversion and export, there's no native way to take these equations and get them into an XML workflow. So your options, or the short list, if you're setting aside math type for a second, would be to save the file as HTML and again get non-scalable graphics, or upgrade to math type. And this is not a requirement for the authors to upgrade. The authors can work with the Microsoft Equation Edit, but the editorial and production teams would need to have math type on their systems. And this is actually quite common, that publishers will equip their editors and production people with the full-featured math type. So going from math type to XML, math type actually can go both ways. It can take MathML and LaTeX in the more recent version, 6.5 and later, and convert them into math type objects, and then it can take any math type or Microsoft Equation object and convert those to MathML or LaTeX from Microsoft Word. And because of this rich set of conversion features, math type has really become the tool of choice for a lot of publishers to be able to wrangle all of this math in different forms from Word out to a JATS workflow. So when you're working with equation editor math and math type, first of all, if you have math type on your system and you load a document that has equations that were done with equation edit, math type will detect those and automatically convert them into math type objects. One of the things to realize is that those math type objects are now math type objects. They are not equation editor objects. So they are not backwards compatible. And so while math type can work with both math type and equation editor objects, equation editor cannot work with the math type objects. If you have a situation where you've converted these objects to math type format and you need to give the paper back to an author who doesn't have math type, they can then actually download for free the 30-day trial of math type, which will allow them for 30 days to have access to all of the math type features. And then after 30 days, math type will actually run in a light mode, so you can edit those equations using the subset of features that would be an equation editor. So your authors wouldn't be stuck if you give them back a paper that has math type equations and they don't want to pay for math type. This is the convert equations dialog from math type. As you can see, it's got a bunch of source formats on the left, math type and equation editor equations, Microsoft equation fields, Word 2000 later, or AML equations. We'll come to that in a minute. And these can be converted either to math type objects or to other formats, such as you can go directly to LaTeX or MathML with this dialog. The convert equations feature is actually useful to run even on math type equations, because sometimes we find that equations created with older versions of math type, if you run them through this conversion with a newer version of math type, the object is cleaned up, and that actually helps get a cleaner transformation from math type to MathML or LaTeX or whatever format that you're choosing to convert to. An important note: whenever you run any kind of transform, whether it's Word to XML, whether it's equation builder math to math type, any kind of transform, you should always reproof the equations just in case an error came up. It's not common, but it does happen, so we recommend always reproofing the math after you run any kind of conversion on it. So, one of the neat features in math type is you can actually save the equations not just to MathML and LaTeX, but you can also convert them to graphics, and finally to a format that's other than bitmaps. You can go to GIF, but you can also go to EPS. And this is really useful for workflows where your rendering environment may not have support for MathML. For example, InDesign doesn't have native support for rendering MathML. There are third-party add-ins that can render it, But InDesign itself can't render MathML. So a number of publishers that we work with actually export, when they convert their Word file to JATS, they'll export their equations in two formats and wrap them with the alternatives element, so they'll have both a graphic format, typically EPS, and also either XML, either MathML or TeX. And alternatives is great for that kind of scenario. So in InDesign, they'll render from the EPS, and for everything else, they'll render from the MathML or the TeX. A couple of things to watch out for with math type. Authors can create equations, typically by misusing superscript and subscript within math type that do not convert to MathML correctly. You can catch this by proofing. If you use the math type API, there are actually ways to trap that error and give warnings on it, because it's not something that just automatically shows up. So you do have to be careful about that. The other thing is if you are converting equations to EPS format, EPS does not necessarily have Unicode support in the way that math type set it up. And so sometimes certain symbols will not come through correctly. In particular, I know that some of the publishers we work with have had problems with the euro symbol and with accents over certain Greek or Latin letters. So be careful with that EPS export. Deep breath and a sip of water. This paper might not have been necessary if we only had 5 ways of inserting equations. But Microsoft muddied the waters enormously in 2007 when they brought out Office 2007 and they added what they called the equation builder. And you can tell that it's an equation builder equation because when you click on it in Word, you get the funky handle on the left and the little down arrow on the right with the scroll zone. Why equation builder? That's what a lot of us asked ourselves when Microsoft announced this feature. We've got math type. It works really well. Why do we need yet another equation editor? Well, first of all, under the hood, it uses something known as open math markup language. So sometimes you'll hear people refer to these equations as not equation builder, but OML, and so I will use those two interchangeably as I talk. But Microsoft actually did have some good reasons for it. First of all, typography. Mathematicians really care about typography. Remember Donald Knuth? He cared about typography. And admittedly, and it took me a while to realize this, the typography from Equation Builder is nicer, certainly when you're looking at the equation in Microsoft Word, than it is from math type. And part of that is because of the Cambria math font. They really did a nice job on that font. But they also, at Microsoft, wanted tighter integration of mathematics with Microsoft Word. They wanted authors to be able to add footnotes into equations. How do you represent that in JATS-XML? I haven't seen an author do it. They wanted people to be able to put word comments in equations. Hopefully those would go away before you got to XML. They wanted equations to support track changes. They wanted find and replace to work throughout the document, including in equations. So these were all good reasons. However, Microsoft forgot to talk to the STM community before they released this feature and before they went to the docx file format. And so the combination of this new equation editor and the docx file format and also a radical user interface overhaul, they went to the ribbon interface. The STM community just sort of said, no. And there were actually some very public comments that were made at the time, and the STM community said, not yet, not so fast. And so what happened, among other things, is a lot of publishers weren't willing to upgrade yet from Word 2002 or 2003 to Word 2007, but Microsoft made a converter so you could load docx files into it, except the math became very fuzzy images in those files. And you couldn't get MathML out of them, which became a real problem. And so the way a lot of publishers dealt with this is for years, no docx. They said, we're not going to accept docx files. Things have changed a little bit in the intervening 9 years since that was released. Publishers have updated their systems so that now pretty much everyone has a docx compatible version of Microsoft Office. But publishers also recognized, as has always been true, they couldn't completely control the authors, and authors were going to submit math using whatever tool seemed to be most handy or most convenient. Although, admittedly, a year ago, I did hear a story of one publisher who shall remain nameless, who returned a paper. They didn't reject it, but they returned a paper to an author whose name is well known, who will also remain nameless in this context. Because he had used the Microsoft Equation Builder feature for his equations, they said, well, you know, our workflow really doesn't accommodate these. Could you please convert your equations to math type? The author was not very happy about it. I don't know if he ultimately took the paper elsewhere. However, that stated, publishers still often have preferences. This was from PLOS's website. This is from 2 weeks ago, so I think it's fairly current. We recommend using math type for displaying inline equations, as it will provide the most reliable outcome. If this is not possible, equation editor is acceptable. Now, equation editor in this context could mean either Microsoft Equation Edit or Equation Builder. I'm not sure. I have not queried PLOS for clarification. If there's anyone from PLOS in the room who wants to clarify that, I'd love to know. But the point is, there are still a lot of publishers who do prefer getting math type format for equations. One of the other reasons why this became such a sticking point when Microsoft brought out this new feature is because they did have an AML to MathML conversion feature, but it was incredibly well hidden. It was poorly documented. In fact, for the first 6 months after Office 2007 was released, if you tried Googling AML and MathML, you got 0 hits. It was also buggy. The original release of Office 2007, a lot of the equations, the MathML wasn't even valid to the MathML DTD. And Microsoft got the message, and by Service Pack 2 of Word 2007, it was a lot better, but that transform really wasn't production ready until Word 2010 came along. The transform itself, for those of you who want to peek under the hood, if you look in your Microsoft Office folder, you'll find these 2 XSLs. And these are used by Microsoft to convert from AML to MathML and also from MathML to AML. So if you have a program like Mathematica and it puts MathML on the clipboard, you can actually paste that into Microsoft Word and get Equation Builder math objects. However, if you want to copy and paste MathML out of Word, you need to find this obscure setting in the Equation Options dialog to copy MathML onto the clipboard, not AML format. The XSLTs also can be used outside of Word. So if you're developing a process that deconstructs the docx file without actually opening up Word, you can actually use these XSLs. You can license them from Microsoft if it's commercial use, I believe at no charge, so that you can integrate that into a conversion process. So one of the questions that was asked is, we have MathML. Why did Microsoft actually need yet another markup language for math within Microsoft Word? Why did they need AML? Why didn't they just shove MathML into Microsoft Word? Well, a couple of reasons. And to illustrate this, we have a simple equation, and we have the AML markup for it, and we have the MathML markup for it. AML was aligned with Microsoft Word's overall internal markup, much more than MathML was. And in particular, AML is used to create what are called math zones. And the problem with MathML is it could only be used for math. Whereas with AML, you can stick inside of it anything that you can stick in a Word paragraph, so that you could have things like footnotes or comments sitting in the middle of an AML equation. Also with AML, the arguments are explicit tags, whereas with MathML, the arguments are determined by position. So Microsoft did have some good reasons for this. If you want to learn more about the background on this, Murray Sargent, who's the person who developed AML, wrote a fairly long tech note that's on the Unicode site. It's either 25 or 28. The footnotes, and it's in our paper as a reference, so you can learn more about that. Converting, however, in and out of AML has some tricks. First, between Equation Builder and Math Type, you can convert between the two. MathML is actually the intermediary. So if you remember that Math Type convert equations dialog from a few minutes ago, if you convert from AML to Math Type, what's actually happening is Math Type takes the AML, calls the Microsoft XSL to convert to Math Type, and then Math Type converts that MathML into Math Type. Again, it's essential to reproof when you're converting because here you've done two conversions, Format A to MathML and then MathML to Format B. You can go equation builder to math type, but and that's quite simple just by using the math type convert equations feature. Going math type to equation builder is much harder because Microsoft hasn't developed any automation around this. As far as they're concerned, math type really doesn't exist because they now have equation builder. So what you can do is go math type to math ML to equation builder, and you can use math type to automate going to math ML, but then you have to essentially write a macro to go through the Word document and pick up all those math ML fragments and turn them into equation builder objects. And this has been documented in Murray Sargent's blog as to how to do this. But what about if you want to go to TeX? I know a fair number of publishers, IEEE is one of them, who use TeX as their canonical format for math rather than MathML. Well, getting TeX out of AML is not a native feature in Microsoft Word. They covered MathML, but they thought, well, who's going to need TeX? We've got AML, we've got MathML. Well, they were wrong. So you can go from math type and convert to AML, and then from you convert the AML to math type and then export to TeX, which is actually a very common workflow. Or you could essentially export out the AML and then use or MathML and then use third-party scripts with something like Pandoc to convert from the MathML or the AML to TeX. So there are a couple of ways that you can slice that. Most publishers we know actually go the math type route, even though, again, they have to take the time to reproof the equations. What about AML to scalable graphics? Well, hey, from Microsoft's perspective, you can make a PDF from a Word file. Why would you need to make graphics, scalable graphics, out of the equation builder math? Well, the answer is not everyone typesets their PDFs in Microsoft Word. And so one of the glaring omissions from Microsoft Word is that you can't create scalable graphics of those AML equations. And this is another reason why a lot of publishers we know will actually convert the AML math to math type to harmonize it in their workflow before they go and do everything else. So one way you can get the scalable graphics out is to go AML to math type to EPS. The other thing you can do is you can go AML to MathML and then use third-party tools to go to SVG. And there are a number of ways that you can do that, including using MathJax. A quick note, by the way, if you're trying to figure out what an equation is when you click on it in a Word file, on the left, if you get the four handles like that, it's a math type equation. In the center, if you get the funky handle on the left in the scroll bar, it's equation builder. And on the right, if you see something that's really fuzzy like that, that actually means that somebody saved the file from docx to doc format, and so the equation was down converted to a graphic. But no fear on this. Microsoft actually did this one really, really well. You won't hear me often say this about Microsoft. If you resave that file to docx format, that equation will do what Microsoft calls rehydration. It will turn magically back into an equation builder equation. So if you see that fuzzy math, don't panic, don't rekey it. Resave the document in docx format. What are the workflow implications of all this? Well, a few things to think about from the big picture perspective. The first is, in your own workflow, decide what is inline math and whether or not you're going to tag it. Is it critical to make sure that all the inline math is MathML or TeX, or can it just be plain ASCII text and not even necessarily have an inline math tag? The other thing is, do you want to have all of your equations tagged in what I'll call the same XML or really MathML dialect? If so, you're probably going to want to normalize all your math to either math type or equation builder. Now, what do I mean by this? Same equation, equation builder, MathML, and math type, MathML. It is different. I honestly, again, I was an English major. I haven't had a math course in 40 years. I don't know which one of those may be better or if there's even a difference. But if you care or if you want consistency, beware that the MathML is not the same from these two. And so that may be a reason you want to think about normalizing your equations up front in your workflow to one format or the other. A quick closing note beyond production. Why do we still see math so often as images when we look at scholarly articles, particularly on the web? How many of you have tried to look at MathML in a browser? How many of you have been satisfied with the experience across a large range of browsers? I don't. Gene, you can put your hand down. Most browsers don't support it. In fact, some did and have had it go away. The Chrome folks just said MathML is something we're not going to do, and Internet Explorer has never, ever even tried. They just didn't care. If you want to know what your browser can do, see caniuse.com. Breaking news! How many of you have seen these blog posts in the last week and a half? Okay, these blog posts did the math equivalent of going viral. Someone told me they'd heard that the first post by Peter a week and a half ago had gotten 20,000 hits. Do that many people care about MathML? Thank you. For those who didn't hear it on the video, a lot of people just said yes. This is a fascinating set of blogs, and I'm certainly not going to get in the middle of the Peter and Paul discussion, except to note that Peter did say MathML is a failed web standard. Note the emphasis on the word web before you go and read all of these, and I don't think we've heard the last of this yet. But just as a closing note, be familiar with MathJax. That seems to be the most common way today that people are trying to render math in a web environment from either MathML or TeX. And this allows you to put out MathML in your content that is scalable, searchable, and accessible. It can be integrated with a variety of accessibility tools, including Benetech's MathML Cloud. EPUB's a sad story because EPUB 3 supports MathML. Content MathML can even be embedded within this if you're trying to do something like a math textbook, but the devices just aren't up to it. And a lot of the EPUB readers do not support MathML, so you often just have to resort to using graphics. And I think Mike Dean from CFA is here. He gave a really good talk about this a few years ago. If you're interested in the problems of EPUB, please read his paper. Yep, I know that. I'm keeping you from your coffee. This is my last slide. Really just some general thoughts. Incorporating math into XML can be a challenging part of any workflow. In particular, math in Word to XML, I think the simple answer is it's complicated, which is why we wrote this paper. And you can be successful by making sure you understand all of the idiosyncrasies and ins and outs. There's a huge amount more of detail in the paper, so please read the paper if you want all the ugly underbelly of this. But most importantly, understand your publishing goals, your workflow requirements for math, and make sure you have a clear set of policies, and then move forward from all of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, one or two burning questions.
I'm going to go with Gene because I know Gene knows a lot about math.
Not really.
Microphone, Gene.
Not really a question. Jean Kaplansky, representing myself. It has recently come to light that EPUB 3.1 standard, and I'm on the working group, we are actually deprecating the manner in which you can switch from math images to math ML and do fallbacks going forward in 3.1, and nobody has really talked about how that fallback chain is going to go forward.
Thank you for raising that, Gene. It's an important point. I think they're taking a big step backwards.
And there are a couple of points that I can make about Switch, which is it's hit and miss where it's incorporated. For instance, it's incorporated in Kobo, it's incorporated in Google Play. Don't even ask me about Kindle, and I don't want to talk about iBooks.
Okay.
But more and more people are starting to get MathJax into their EPUBs or into the readers. The most recent one to come out, I think, was Helicon. And there are, so you can go and look, but the thing is that the stuff that really supports it is usually very purpose-based. So it'll be something like Safari Books Online. The new Safari environment supports MathJax, but not the old one. So,
Okay, thank you for the addition.
remains hit and miss.
Yep, okay. Debbie.
Forgive the question. Can you discuss Word Design Science, OOML, and MathML 2 versus MathML 3?
The MathML support coming from Microsoft in the AML transforms is MathML2. Design Science is still at MathML2 as well. Neither of them have upgraded to MathML3 at this point. One last quick from Wendell, and then we'll break for coffee.
You mentioned SVG only in the context of getting it out of MathML. Do you know any ways to get SVG without going to MathML?
Not off the top of my head. It would be an interesting question to Google around and see if there's something. Caitlin, do you know on that? Okay. Yeah, neither of us know off the top of our head. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee break. Be back in 25 minutes.
Debbie told me, Jeff, that you are going to introduce me, or am I going to introduce myself?
Let's do it together.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now we're now entering into a tool phase for JATS-Con. We have Garrett and then Wendell in the next set. So Garrett, you're from LaTeX. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah,
I screwed it up
it's like
yesterday.
the typesetting system, and there are many pronouncement opportunities for that. Some call it tech, and some call it tech, and yeah, and LE stands for Leipzig. That's where I come from. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to your paper.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. So what I'm going to, or maybe just a couple of more words. We had Martin here yesterday together with Franziska presenting something based on our open source framework Transpect. And this talk has something to do with Transpect and its concept of HTML reports, but also is using something else that Wendell developed, what is now called JATS-Kit. It's an Oxygen framework for JATS. And what I did is adapt that generic JATS-Kit framework for specific journal quality tracking requirements, and also for submission package building for the Atipon Literatum platform. And this is part one, so adapting an Oxygen framework for publisher-specific needs, adding some 150 schematron rules, partly for satisfying Atipon's packaging requirements, partly satisfying publisher internal conventions, such as checking ISSNs, etc., against journal names. And the second part will be about taking what's in that framework, all the schematron, and also the package building scripts, which are written in XProc. So taking all this goodness of the XML stack, including relaxing validation and XSLT, of course, and running that on a different platform, not within Oxygen, but on a web platform. It doesn't have to be necessarily on the web, but on a different platform, which is Transpect, which are XProc pipelines. And the idea is to escape a bit of the vendor login that is still there when you are providing such a quality checking tool only for Oxygen. So what Hochrefe requires from their typesetters is that they run the schematron checks and that they use the package building, but some of the typesetters didn't use Oxygen, and we in the first place, we tried to give them the schematron, or in fact, it's already open source. I give you the links later so you can adapt Hogreife's framework for yourself. So, but the typesetters had some difficulties in making the schematron run at their editor of choice, so we thought it might be a good idea to provide this as a web service. They just upload the content and get validation results, and an enhanced package for Atupon. So the customer that we did that for is Hogreife. I had a presentation 2 years ago here when I showed you another workflow that we implemented for Hogreife. And recently, or maybe 2 years ago, I don't know, MetaPress was acquired by Atupon, and Hogreife was delivering their journal content through MetaPress, and of course they then had to switch. And in the course of these changes, they thought, okay, we are sticking with a really antique APA DTD, which is kind of derived from an also quite antique NLM DTD, I think. And they thought it might be a good idea to move to JATS now. In fact, they had to, because Atupon requires JATS or their own derivative. And in the course of these changes, they also wanted to invest in their in recent documentation and in more automated quality checking processes. So this is what the typesetters did before. They created the article XML. I don't know exactly how they do it. They certainly typeset things with InDesign or 3v2 or whatever, and I don't know which kind of XML workflow that is. In the end, they have XML, and they must bundle it to packages. And previously, there were also lots of these constraints that we now have transferred to schematron rules, and they have been written in Word files, essentially, and there was a bit of XSLT for automated quality checks, but not that much. So it was a rather manual process that also required significant resources on behalf of the publisher, and they wanted to automate this. The new workflow looks like this. The typesetters create now JATS XML and not the APA content item XML. And they can now create the delivery packages automatically. So there are lots of conventions that Atupon requires, file naming, etc., directory structure, and this will all be checked and sometimes also auto-corrected by the packaging scripts. The documentation is much more concise than it used to be. It's not, I don't know exactly the amount, but I think it was something like 60 word pages. It's now a single HTML page. Of course, you don't know its length, but it's I will show it in a minute. The derived framework that we created contains also document templates for articles for the accompanying issue XML that describes the table of contents and what is in the package, and the submission manifest, which is a tiny XML file that needs to be on the root directory of the package that is delivered to Atipon. Quality checks, as I said, now performed by schematron rules, these schematron rules, you can use prose there, you can link to additional documentation if there is any. These rules also constitute a kind of documentation, so they could actually reduce the amount of written documentation relying on issues being reported at the place where they occurred. And as I said, everything was delivered as an Oxygen framework. And the HTML page looks, in the beginning, looks like what Wendell wrote for his for an older version of his framework that I shamelessly forked on GitHub, but I don't think that Wendell will mind that. So basically, it describes how they install that package, and then once it is installed, what document templates it provides, the article, issue, and manifest, as I said. And then if they create such a template article, it looks like that. And immediately Schematron will come in and will step in and report errors, because it's all full of placeholders. It's the templates themselves are not valid in that sense. They need to be filled in. And this is also a thing that I will demonstrate later. This is an issue XML that is lacking the table of contents. So on that Atipon platform, they are able to generate a table of contents from the uploaded contents and the article or sequence. But if you want to have a kind of fancier table of contents with categories, with some hierarchic structure, then you have to create it yourself. And Hochrefe has some conventions for their own hierarchically structured table of contents. And this is a thing that the XProc pipeline also does prior to packaging the whole thing as a zip file for delivery. And then there are instructions on how to name the directories and how to name the files within, and what the overall directory layout is. And in the end, they will apply this transformation scenario, which is not, most of you who are using Oxygen are probably familiar with XSLT transformation scenarios. This is an XProc transformation scenario that does lots more than XSLT can do. It orchestrates a whole process of assembling and checking and fixing the package. I'm going to live demo this now. So wish me luck. First, I have to identify. So I have now a structure that is similar to what we had there. You have article directories for that issue delivery. You can look into these articles and you instantly get schematron messages. And these are actual article deliveries that Hochrefe received from their typesetting vendors, and maybe also delivered to Atipon in that form. So these, this schematron rule is in force since a couple of weeks, and the package is from December, so maybe it just wasn't checked then and they submitted it like that. And this is, of course, a process of continuously identifying new sources of errors or sources of rendering errors on Atipon's part, and tracing it back to errors in the source data and to continuously improve the checking rules. And what the typesetters did here is apparently have an empty empty xref in another xref that has some content, and this seems to be nonsensical. I don't know. It happens in multiple articles here, and they identified that, I think it was a hint from Atipon that most elements in their use of JATS aren't empty, and we could easily report all empty elements apart from graphic, inline graphic, TH, TD, and self URI. And we are doing this. I mean, in principle, in JATS you can also use empty xrefs, and the rendering expectation is that they will be expanded with generated content. But the requirement here is that there is no generated content. And as I'm looking at it, it's probably not an article by Jeff here back at all. And I don't know. We couldn't know because there's no ORCID attached to that. So yeah, maybe at a later stage we can also have a schematron rule that would require or would at least issue warnings for all authors that are not equipped with an ORCID, as a side note. So this is what is reported here. And here's an article that I deliberately invalidated. So we have some schematron rules here. This is there used to be a 10, so we will check also for months. They want to have that in decimal format, and they will want to have always a string date together with the date. They check against a list of permissible publication types and references, so we can fix that. So these are just examples for these checks. And then I also DTD invalidated that. So you have this standard DTD validation here. And we'll get back to these DTD errors later, because they constitute a problem when you create pure HTML reports. But we'll look at that later. So this is the documentation that is there. Certainly it can be enhanced. So if this is a thing that Dorothy mentioned yesterday. So when they have a list of journals maintained as an HTML file. So this will be actually this HTML file with all their journals and their journal IDs, ISSNs. This will be slurped in by the schematron check, and then it will make some using XSL keys and all kinds of advanced stuff, which, as a further side note, was the cause that the external typesetters couldn't make the schematron run. There's some validation of their ISSNs against that list. So if I change that here, then a new message will be created that tells me I need to change that back. It derives that from the abbreviation of the journal, and when I change that, then it will tell me that a journal with that abbreviation doesn't exist. Also, the fully expanded name will be and this was a frequent cause of trouble, and they had to check everything manually. These are just some of the about 150 schematron rules that apply here. Also, checking these in contrib groups or in mixed citations, the in-between content, the X elements. There are some conventions for that in English publications. In citations, you have a list of, if you have a list of 6 or more authors, then there should be an ellipsis sign after them, after the 5th or so. And we can make these kind of detailed checking rules also using information such as the article language, so we can have different rules for German, French, and English articles. Hogrefe is an international psychology publisher with offices in many countries, and they are in Sweden, in Switzerland, in 3 languages alone, and in the US also. So there's a couple of also language-specific conventions that will be enforced here. Yeah, that's what I did in that demo, and the next demo will be using the XProc from Oxygen, and in order to do that, I will open the manifest and then select a transformation scenario, that build issue scenario, and then it will run. So XProc will assemble things and again schematron validate things, because you can't rely on the typesetters to have checked everything, so it will recheck all the content, and then it will create a simple HTML list that collates all the warnings and errors of these articles, giving also the XPath location so that they could go back to that article and fix it, go immediately to that location. But in addition, it will also check other things regarding the full package naming conventions, and it will give informative information, which kind of additional pages are there with advertisements and things like that. And here's an interesting phenomenon. I mentioned that I invalidated the one of these XML files, and I won't receive any schematron checks for that, because it just fails to be parsed, because in that XProc pipeline I stipulated DTD validate true. So if the if the article is DTD invalid, then it won't be read at all. The idea is that it's easy for users of Oxygen to go back to the article and fix these issues. They will be reported in place. But we'll see later that this is a bit problematic for users that don't have Oxygen. Yeah, I already mentioned that fancy issue talk, so we can open the issue package. It's just in the file system. It has been created here. It's just a link. So Oxygen opens this HTML file, and so this is that, and it contains a link to that zip file. And if I open that, let me first go back to the issue file as it looked before. This was authored, so it ends with issue meta. Next would be the table of contents, and the typesetters don't have to manually add a table of contents, which they had to do before, because it can be auto-generated. And now I'm here in the zip file. It has basically the same directory structure. And if I look at the improved issue XML, then we see it contains a table of contents, and it's a grouped one that Atipon's platform won't create by itself. But if you want to have a more fancy table of contents, you have to create it yourself or have your XProc create it. And this is what happened here. And another, so to say, autocorrection is I will, for the time being, close the zip file and then return to that article. There's another requirement for Atipon packages that all graphic or other media referenced in these articles reside in directories of their own. So the way the typesetter created that here is not legal for package delivery, because the articles are on the same level. It should be more like in this article that there's a graphic folder, but of course it's convenient for authors because the links to the graphic files, they don't have a graphic subdirectory. They just link to graphics. Where do we have one? Yeah, here. This is a graphic. This is an alternative table rendering. So it's included as a graphic without a path, but in the final delivery, it has to be in the graphic folder. And if the typesetters create it like that, then it would be a broken image. And for convenience of the typesetters, we said, okay, we will autocorrect this when creating the package. And just to let you know that it has been autocorrected, this is the first article. It now has a graphic subdirectory with these alternative table renderings. So it's not, of course, it's not rocket science. It's not the most complex XProc application on earth, but still it can bring some convenience and quality assurance with it. Okay, so this is this, and okay, what I didn't mention is, I'm undo, close tab. There's another convention for naming the final zip file. So we didn't have a zip file initially, so it was just named after some conventions. The XProc pipeline will look into the issue XML and in the maybe also in the submission manifest, and then get a current timestamp. So this is from 7 minutes ago, so it just adds the timestamp to the name. Yeah. So, and some of the typesetters didn't want to use Oxygen. They wanted to stick with their own solutions, but still Hochrefe wanted the same quality checks to be applied to their to the files that they delivered. And so we thought about creating a web service that will accept the raw packages, so what they edited on their file system, submit it as a zip file, and then run the same checks on that, and finally return the report and the enhanced package. And optionally, this this web service should provide watched folders and also an HTTP API for integration in content management solutions. Yeah, and I mean the easiest approach would be the HTML report. What it's lacking is basically have another look at that. Basically, the in-depth validations of that file. So they would upload it, receive this error message, and then would have to fix that and re-upload it again, and then they would discover all kinds of new errors in the file that initially wasn't parsed. So we said it would be desirable to also be able to display these validation messages here, but this is kind of difficult with DTD validation and XProc, so you can't get a list of errors and then maybe display it. Also, it was difficult with other kinds of validations. With relaxing, you would only get an error that you could catch with some XProc try-catch statements. And at that stage, we patched Jing, the standard relaxing validator, to not only create error messages as error messages, but to create messages that contain the XPath of an error and the corresponding message. And we are using this patch Jing for our HTML reports in order to insert the validation error at the location where it happened in an HTML rendering of the content. We thought we could try out Transpect's HTML reports because they give better schema validation results and in generally looks a bit better than these simple HTML reports. And I will show you how that works. So I will first create a zip file of my raw content. So this is not the generated zip file. I will go to the level where the manifest resides, and then upload it. And while this pipeline works, it takes a bit longer because it has to generate HTML renderings of each article first. I can tell you a bit more about these HTML reports, because for this application it's a bit of an overkill to use these. The primary use for these HTML reports is to collect errors of a pipeline of multiple conversion steps, as I presented last year in November in Amsterdam. So this is an example going from IDML via diverse intermediate formats, and after each conversion step you have some schematron checks. For example, in the InDesign you can check for unanchored frames in InDesign, and all kinds of other things at certain intermediate steps, also missing metadata if you have metadata from some source, and also IDPF EPUB check rules or custom schematron rules that you can run on your EPUB. And this is the primary purpose for these HTML reports, to collect multiple errors from multiple conversion steps and to present them in a single HTML rendering. And an example of this would look like that. This is not no. The issue seems to be that the screen is being cut off on the right-hand side, so I can't easily scroll here. But you see, it's German, or but you see, for example, these messages. It's called pseudo ellipsis. So apparently they used here 3 dots instead of the hex 2026, I think, ellipsis sign, and then they will get these errors, and a couple of typography errors, but also other errors on illegally used style names. So this is a relaxing validation error. There's the XML that is generated here is TI. This will also be validated, and everything will be rendered into a single HTML file. Okay. Yeah, so this is just the whole concept of these HTML reports is a bit larger than what we use here. But going back to that check, it has finished, and we can. So we have here the same output. It's again a timestamp. It's Central European time, the timestamp. So the server is in Germany, and we have here the report that will give you an HTML rendering of the whole content, the metadata here, and what is kind of a bit of a pity that the right hand column is cut off, but you see here this is for the article that I invalidated, the relaxing messages, and you also see here some schematron messages. For example, OGRIF now requires a version 4.2 submission manifest, and the supplied one is still 4.1. And so you see that all these errors that have been present in Oxygen also categorized as errors and warnings are present here in that report. And that's essentially what we did. So take all the goodness of the XML stack and just port it to another runtime. And I think this is really the good thing that you have this, it's also in GitHub, that project. You see that there's a Git submodule, so there's not much code for that web checking application. It's mostly reuse of other modules, and one of these modules is the framework that runs in Oxygen and that I forked from Wendell. So that's approximately what I'm going to present you. Thank you very much.
Questions? Wendy, you want to come up and swap your machine?
So, do you need water?
Jeff?
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, Garrett. How much specific schematron rules were for HOGREFA in particular, rather than just for EDIPON submissions?
Yeah, I think I gave figures on some slide. I estimated that these 155 rules in total to be 60% for ATIPON, package checking, naming conventions, etc., and 40% for HOGREFA's own content rules. Yeah. And it would certainly be a good idea to separate that, so that if another customer that uses your platform will deploy their own schematron rules, so that they could just cut off HOGREFA's rules and replace them with their own.
As he's getting set up, it is my great pleasure to introduce Wendell Pease. In spite of how young he looks, he has been around since the SGML days. He has done XML. He's done a lot of XSLT. And for a while, he worked with me and Tommy and other people at Mulberry. But he's graduated, and he has his own consulting service. Do I tell him about that, or do you?
No, I've got some to say about that.
Pease Consulting, check them out. Anyway, hands together for Wendell, please.
Give me half an hour. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, Garrett, for the water. Thank you, Garrett, for the talk. This actually is not backwards. I mean, we saw the program and I said, oh, I'm going after Garrett. Oh, Garrett is showing his thing. Oh, and of course, you know, in many ways, I felt immediately anxious about that because Garrett has built on my work and done something that I could not do. And in that sense, I'm sort of like, well, isn't this going to be complete deflation? And yet at the same time, I think it's actually maybe the right way to present this because what you just saw is the development of an extremely sophisticated set of tools to deal with a real-world set of problems that's quite complex and needs the attention of professionals who really know what they're doing. But at the same time, Garrett is the first one to tell you that he didn't really do it alone because he forked my earlier project that I'm showing you the update to now in order to get started. And I think that's fantastic. That's exactly the model that I'm hoping to promote by doing this work and putting it up on GitHub. the idea is that you should fork this. It's not complete. In fact, it's incomplete by design. The intention here is to do the 80% easy part and leave the 20% hard part for the people who are better able to deal with it, because, of course, information is fractal, right? We have edges that are fuzzy, and you zoom in and then you see more detail, and you zoom in and you see more detail, and those edges are where all of the action happens, and that's what makes this work interesting and difficult. In order to build successful systems, we have to be aware of that. But at the same time, it's really, really helpful if somebody has already laid a foundation for us. As Debbie just reminded you, I was very fortunate and privileged to work with Mulberry for some years, and at the beginning of the JATS development, and so I'm hoping to take advantage of some of the insight that I did there, do something that I can do, which is the easy part, and thereby give you a foundation on which you can build the kind of thing that Garrett was just showing. So to give you just a little bit of background of this, the original Oxygen framework for JATS was a project I put up in 2012. It was very kind of quick and dirty assemblage of things, including the preview XSLTs that are still available from NLM, some CSS that I had developed at Mulberry, which they said, oh, go for it, to handle NLM JATS data and so forth and so on. What you're looking at here is, of course, the new framework, and the fact that it looks exactly like what Garrett just showed you is actually an indication of the architecture I'm describing, because many of these components go back quite a long way, right? And if it's not ugly, if it's somewhat ugly and not entirely polished, that goes along with the theme here, because polishing it isn't really my job. I don't really know how to polish things that well, certainly not to your set of standards, so that's not something I'm really going to attempt. But what I can do is put things together and kind of expose and put together something which is perhaps good enough to improve. And that's really the goal here. Make something good enough to improve. The fact that Garrett has done that is extremely reassuring to me, because I know it can be done at least once. Then, of course, the next step is going to be up to you as well as up to me. The older version basically had the transformations that were provided by NLM, and it had some CSS, and it had just a couple of other things. But Oxygen has come a long way in 4 years and has added many, many new powerful features. Partly in the with the idea of demonstrating those, because many of these, as you'll see, are things that are not really very generic. It's when you get into the very, very specific stuff that you get the interesting stuff. So in some ways, the features that you'll see here are more kind of demonstrations or proofs of concept to kind of, to alert you to the possibility of doing things somewhat differently yourselves in your operations, in a way that's appropriate to how you need to process your data. The basic is that you've got this, of course, structured formatted XML editor, the kind of tool that most of us have been familiar with some time. Oxygen has been doing very good work in this area in the last few years. That's able to pull in a CSS style sheet for styling. And in the recent versions of Oxygen, you can mix and match style sheets. So, for example, I can add a style sheet here, which is going to drop some enhancements in. So, for example, you'll see here that now I've got a little pull down that lets me pick my list type straight from the, from the mouse, and not have to go into the attribute in order to do that. Same thing with the XREF here. The XREF knows that it's a cross-reference with ID refs, and therefore it's able to handle that for me. And these are all features of Oxygen that simply provide a little bit of support. So what I'm going to do here is basically kind of a quick run through of the the feature set that I've installed here, and then. Yeah, sure. You want to read the text? This is all on the web, so. We have some nice tags. Oh, I'm sorry. So we can work with our tags. Things are drag and droppable. You know, this is all nice stuff that Oxygen has basically provided for us. One of the things that I built into the new framework is better documentation out of the tag library. So, for example, if you scroll the list of elements that are offered there, of course, those are only valid elements, and you get the little pop-ups, and these are pulled out of the normative tag libraries. I had a little bit of help from Mulberry to wrangle this data, so I didn't have to scrape off the web. This is really helpful. As you can see here, you have documentation from the tag library and then a link, so you can jump straight to the tag library for that tag. Let's see, what else have I got here? Well, I'll have to come back to extensibility. Previews and proofs, it will generate, using XLT, it will generate HTML. It will generate PDF, but the PDF support relies on a commercial FO formatter, and that's an impediment for the target audience here, because I mean, of course, there's more than one target audience, but the thinking here is that one important target audience is JATS users who are not yet JATS users. They're potential users, and they're looking into it. Another target audience, obviously, is you guys. You're not going to be happy with the PDF support in this thing because it's too rudimentary, and because you're going to need your PDFs to be much more carefully designed to your own requirements and needs, whether it's proofing or publishing or what have you. Having judged that you are not really very well served by the current PDF style sheets, the other audience comes to be critical on the fact that they would need a commercial FO editor. We're kind of downplaying the PDF production here. Now, we can come back to this issue because I am interested in the question about generating PDFs and how useful they are for different use cases. And so feedback on that whole issue is very welcome. Certainly we have XSLT. Let's see, where did my transform button go? You can simply generate a page. Is it? Yeah, it is running. It's pretty much it's very similar to the old page, but it's got it's got a few improvements. Oh, did I mention you're supposed to customize this? You don't have to actually open a new browser every darn time you run that thing, because we have another scenario that simply lets you refresh it. We've got the pretty styling, which I showed you a little bit about. Of course, you can go back to the text mode if you like that, and much of the functionality is still available. So, for example, here you can see a term is valid. I could insert a term, and the documentation supports there. We also have, let's see if I can find if we show the attributes view. If you rove your mouse over and let it sit there for a bit, you'll get documentation on your attributes. We do have support for converting OASIS tables into HTML, and so out of the box, this thing comes with the DTDs that support both versions of tables. That's not because we necessarily need it in this framework, OASIS tables, but because they're, that we have code to do it available from earlier projects. We can bundle that in. We've got the new features that come with the Oxygen interface. So you saw a little bit of that. And then you've got some really nice schematron. I think what I'm going to do here is jump over into a bits example, because you can this has got a little bit more features in it than the article you were seeing a second ago. For example, here you've got a little window that allows you to assign the ID to a section, or I'm sorry, here to a book part. There's excellent schematron support, as Garrett was just showing you in Oxygen. So if I go into my validation scenario, I'm able to configure it to validate to any or all of the bundled validation scenarios here. So we have the detected DTD, and then in addition we have with a bits document, we have 3 different schematrons that can be used. So for example, if I'm just, well, let's just go for these. It is able to detect things like that a sec is missing an ID. And then some of you have seen the support for schematron quick fixes in recent versions of Oxygen. That's that little light bulb over there. And let's see if I can. It allows you to make your correction right here. So the framework is wired up to with logic to generate an ID for that section for you. So you can pick either of 2. You can just have a numbered section, numbered serially through the document, or you can name it after its title. And Oxygen at that point will simply add that. You can see that ID has now appeared over here in the ID window. You get the idea. Oxygen also has a really nice new feature where you can refactor at the document level. And this is done with XSLT. It's really easy to set up. You write your XSLT, you write a tiny little declarative XML document that basically tells Oxygen what this is and where it goes, and you drop it into your framework. That's available here. So for example, you can see these are the ones that Oxygen comes with. And this is a really powerful and useful set of features for people who don't want to write transformations to make global changes to their documents. So you should definitely check this out in Oxygen if you haven't done that yet. You can rename attributes and elements and tweak your values and so forth straight from these sets of screens. For the framework, I've got 2 transformations that do nothing but provide a small level of conversion. That's really interesting. The small level conversion is primarily assigning the current formal public identifier. What I mean by that is the JATS 1.1 FPI in the case of this transformation, or in the case of the second one, the BITS 2.0 FPI will be assigned to your document so that the framework will turn on. Unlike the earlier version, this framework does not turn on when it sees anything that remotely resembles NLM, which is maybe was a good idea back then, but is probably not a good idea now. So this framework will wake up in Oxygen if you open a document that has a current 1.1 DTD named. Now, that's a topic which needs some going into, because of course obviously most of us don't yet have that. You have the option of upgrading, which is to say you slap the new FPI on there, see if it's valid, and then when it isn't, you go and make your corrections. Alternatively, you could have a style sheet that made those corrections for you, and that style sheet could go right here. In other words, this little utility I have here to add an FPI also can be extended so that you can migrate your older variant of JATS into the new variant of JATS. Or, of course, you may be in a situation where that's not a viable option. You want to continue supporting your old DTDs and your old tools. That's not difficult to do either, because the framework can easily be cloned. It can be extended. You can create your own extension, which inherits all the logic from the parent framework, and in which you set it up to say, use my catalog to point to my DTDs and recognize these documents using formal public identifiers or some other set of criteria that Oxygen can use to create that binding, so that you can use this with basically any DTD that is remotely, JATS-like. I mean, you could try it on TEI, of course nothing would happen, but it wouldn't break. Then finally, as a demonstration here, I also have a refactoring transformation called normalize IDs. This is simply a kind of a demonstration of how this ought to work here. I'm going to actually run this one so you can see it. I'm going to run on the current file. As you can see, you can run it on batches. You can process entire folders full of XML this way. And then I can preview it, and it wants me to save things. That's okay. And then in my preview, and you guys might have a little trouble seeing this at that size, but what you can see is that all of the IDs have been relabeled. Is that visible? Like, you can see here that this box X ID has been relabeled this. Now, of course, that raises an interesting question, which is what kind of logic are you going to use for your ID generation? And there is logic obviously built into the transform that I wrote, which I think is fairly robust and useful. It's sort of a compromise between, a semantic identifier that lets you navigate things and something that isn't going to be too complicated. But everybody's going to have their own flavor of this. So, again, it's something that you would want to replace or customize. I can actually see here that there's an issue with my ID that you can see my ID is starting with an underscore. I believe that's actually legal, right? Debbie, is underscore a name start character? I'm sorry? It can't be an underscore. Well, so presumably that one is not going to validate. Now, I can tell you what the source for that bug is that this document doesn't have a top-level ID on it, and so we'll just add one. Yeah, I'm having trouble with this. Let's see. Why is that not? That should be a schematron check, right? With the quick fix on it? Run my preview again. This time my IDs look a little better. I like this one. So you have basically, as you can see there, many possibilities and also many questions raised, because this is maybe good enough to show, but it's not good enough to use. I've got to improve it, but yet it's all there, so you can actually go to it and do what you need to do. Let's see, what else have we got to show you? Showed you layered validation. Oh, smart paste is interesting. This is going to be like total flying by wire here. We're going to sort of go to a random document in web space, and this is functionality that was actually provided by one of the Oxygen developers, and he says, oh, I don't know JATS, and yet he did a really good job with it. It isn't perfect, but it's actually surprisingly good. So you paste that out of that web page, you go back into Oxygen, let's see, I'll drop it into this document here. It looks like it's going to just do it as plain text. Yeah. Well, oh, actually, it's not. So, yeah, so you can see that you are getting a paste. Now, it's certainly not perfect, but it's doing a JATS conversion. And once again, this is something that can be, we can come back to this. If this is a feature that, I'm not absolutely altogether sure that smart paste is something that we need, because most of our content isn't created natively in an XML editor. But if it is, certainly let me know. And we can give more attention to this area. I mean, once again, it's a set of questions about, well, how do you how do you define the scope of the problem first? And yet, this, again, is XSLT under the hood. So if we can define our requirements, we can write the code to do what needs to be done. So that's a functionality for you. I've been showing you some new features in Oxygen. And then finally, over on the bit side, partly because I wanted to figure out how this worked, I developed an XProc pipeline like Garrett. I think XProc is a really, really strong addition to this set of tools. So those of you who have not looked into XProc pipeline as a pipelining language might be interested in doing so, because you can address many, many higher level processing requirements by writing pipelines that combine processes together. And so here, similar to what Garrett was showing you, I have a very generic XProc pipeline that produces an EPUB. Rather than show you the EPUB, I mean, I can show you the EPUB. It actually does work, and it produces a valid EPUB, but then I have the problem of what kind of EPUB reader to show you on Windows, and they're all terrible, and things are going to look ugly, and you know this. And yet, at the same time, once again, this is open source, and the 80% is in place, and you can define what your EPUBs need to do, and then go in and amend the code in order to make that happen in your extension of this framework. What I will show you is that I've also got a scenario which runs an XProc which will produce what I'm calling an EPUB mockup, or ebook mockup, which is basically the EPUB, except it's unpacked in your file system so that you can see exactly what the architecture of that EPUB is without having to open it up in your EPUB editor or unzip it. And right, because that's something, if you're going to be developing EPUB, you're going to be doing a lot of. For some of us, this may be shortening that development loop a little bit. And then in addition, it suggests that we have another possible functionality here, that this could be amended so that rather than producing an EPUB, you're producing a static website, right? Because you've got a whole set of web pages that are interlinked. So that's basically what my EPUB is supposed to look like, only you're looking at it in a browser. Basically what the EPUB XProc does is it takes this and it bundles it up in EPUB and adds the necessary little infrastructure bits and does the packaging and so forth. So that's what the EPUB preview looks like. So as I said, was saying earlier, the hardest problem here is, in a sense, kind of defining a set of functionalities that's going to be generic and good enough to improve without going too far in the direction of the specific functionalities that any particular application is going to need. It's actually an open question whether that in-between space even exists. As I was going into this project, I had my doubts about that. The main reason being because, having released the older framework in 2012, I really heard nothing back from anybody. I didn't know if anybody was using it. It was clear, it was not really clear that it was good enough to improve at that point. However, Garrett's work has reassured me that that may not be altogether the case. And so, the little light bulb, or the little figure of hope at the bottom of Pandora's box is sort of piping up and saying, all may not be lost here. That's my appeal to you, is to please give me feedback, and that can be in the form of, oh, well, actually, for me, it's not yet good enough to improve, so, if for example, you've got a major commitment to another tool set and Oxygen's not even the horizon, maybe that's not something I need to hear about. But if there's something which actually bears on the development of this and which, might promote and improve it, that's something I'm really, really eager to hear about. Obviously, there's no possible way of guaranteeing that any functionality you may come up with is going to make it into this. There's also clearly, a certain amount of discussion. I mean, it's hard for one person thinking quietly to figure out what is going to be generically useful for everybody. I think the way we come to that is more by communicating, and so that's what I'm inviting you to do. As I said, this is all on GitHub, so it's easy to fork. It's also easy to download. You can download it and ransack it. You don't have to do anything in public if you don't want. You can pull down the zip and unpack it and do whatever you want with the pieces, because this is an open source project and that's all in scope. But on the other hand, it's on GitHub where we have a wiki and an issues list and so forth, so you can pipe up. And obviously, if you don't want to do that in public, you can send me email in private. That works too. So at that point, I think I'm going to leave off. I'm sure there are things I've forgotten, which I'll remember later, but I can't help that now. And we have a few minutes for questions and feedback, and I'd be really happy to hear from you.
Have you looked at the EPUB results in Radium?
I have.
Repeat the question, please.
So Radium is an EPUB reader, correct?
Correct. Radium is an open source EPUB
Yes.
reader for Chrome. Jim Kaplansky, independent.
Actually, it does better than a couple of the others I've looked at. So.
And it should do even better right now because they've been working really hard on it lately. So you want to show it in Radium, but it will probably.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I mean, I sort of found this in some bag in the corner somewhere because I wanted a demo of a Windows machine, and so it's not on this thing. But I have looked at it, and it looks pretty good. And now of course what that means is that all the blemishes of the awkward CSS are exposed, because hey, the guy who did the CSS barely knows what he's doing. But there are CSS experts out in the audience who could maybe spiff up the CSS, and if they're really nice and generic, we'll pull them into the framework. So that's something that we could definitely do. Thank you. Radium, R-E-A-D-I-U-M.
Mario Blausic from Stilo. So I'm wondering how many publishers accept and encourage actually submissions of JATS articles?
Well, not very many. And actually, I'm glad you asked that, because it actually goes to the question of what makes this good enough to improve. There are a couple things I want to say that bear on that. Right. Number one, Oxygen is being integrated very successfully into all kinds of workflows as a second step. Right. So in other words, Oxygen is capable of calling a conversion routine. People are simply using a service that's provided by another piece of software to do their initial conversion, producing JATS and then sucking in Oxygen in a single operation. And Oxygen has a couple of ways of doing that. But I think to the main point, this is not necessarily an authoring environment. Right? I mean, in other words, there are a lot of ways you could use this. You could use it as a platform for an authoring environment. That's kind of what I would do, because I mostly write XML when I write these days. It could be a QA platform, right? So that you could use it and focus on the schematron and auto correction features and so forth, and support your QA processes through something like this. You could use it as a starting point for production, right? So if you do have people who are producing EPUBs and know how to get into the guts of EPUBs and are comfortable with XSLT, a huge amount of the work is already done for you in getting out EPUBs. What you have to then address is the design issues, which are the things that most people are more happy, right? They're not necessarily so happy about the problem of how to get an uncompressed plain text file into a zip, which is something you have to do when you build an EPUB. Well, guess what? I've done that. That's here. So, all those hard aspects of production are streamlined by being integrated into pipelines that use standard technologies like XSLT, XSLFO, and so forth. And if this is good enough to improve that makes it good enough for the purposes of the project. I'd like everybody to think widely about ways in which this might be used: authoring environment, QA environment, production environment, and the basis for interchange. One of the sort of larger themes that has emerged for me over the last day and a half in this conference, I think is really interesting, is that we don't necessarily really even know what we mean by data interchange when we talk about it. And there's interchange across organizational boundaries, but there's also interchange within organizations. And one of the great things about XML I remember working with the very first set of XML tools back with Tommy and Debbie and up in Rockville, and immediately we found that we were actually using multiple tools on XML, and that wasn't just because we wanted to test the XML and make sure that it was in fact conformant. That was one reason, was this quality check our own work, but another reason to use lots of different tools was because then we got the advantages of lots of different tools. And your XML can move very, very nicely from one tool set into another. And I think for organizations that can afford to work this way, I mean, it's not necessarily an obvious thing for everybody, but having a QA platform that works in a certain way for one group of people, and then having another QA platform that works in another way for another group of people, and combine them, you get much better quality. Right? Because you're actually having, the two platforms play off against each other. Now, I acknowledge the shoestring publisher is not going to be able to do that. And yet at the same time, the fact that we've got tools that we can use together with other tools and so forth, means that, once again, you have some sort of, use case for something like this. Uh-huh.
Hi, Paul Johnston. What's it written in? How do you sort of integrate? Oh, by the way, it looks really cool. I like the concept of a JATS IDE, which is kind of what it looks like to me.
I'm sorry, yeah, JATS?
An integrated development environment, IDE. Looks like a JATS IDE to me.
Yeah.
So what's it written in? How do you extend it? And
Okay, so in Oxygen, everything is under preferences. And as you can see, this is a tree of things. It's so large that they've got a search box at the top. But basically the way this works is that Oxygen comes set up with frameworks for all kinds of different document types. And here you can see that I've got these 3 different JATS-Kit frameworks turned on. There's also a lower level one. This guy, which is a low priority framework, it's not going to turn on. In fact, it's never going to turn on because it's not actually bound to anything. This is the parent of the 3 specific frameworks that I made, one for authoring, one for publishing, and one for book. I can hear the question lurking. Oh, what about green? Well, ask that question in a minute. So the way I would do it would be, you could start from one of those, but I would just go straight to the generic one. And as you can see, you've got duplicate or extend. Duplicate basically creates a copy of it, which you can hack. But extend allows you to create a new one. As you can see, the default name it's named after it with extension, but you edit all this. And then all the work is done in these tabs. Right? So basically, you've got a schema tab, which I never set up because I rely on catalogs and schema resolution to do that. But you can put you can bind your catalog in here. In the author tab, you have places where you can set up all these CSSs and so forth. And so all of the bindings to all of your components are set up through the screen. Right? And then the components themselves are going to be implemented in either CSS or XSLT or Schematron with or without quick fixes. Or it can be extended with native Java, and Oxygen has APIs so that you can do more complex sorts of manipulations by coding them up in Java. And basically all that is done through here. You can tell the framework where to go to look for templates.
These are the transformation scenarios that the framework comes with. You can, and basically what in this extension, you can add them or you can remove them. And of course, what that means is that, you know, you don't, because it's an extension, you haven't lost the relationship with the parent, so that, you know, future changes can be incorporated. But once again, you can fork totally if you want to. Validation here is basically you're setting up validation scenarios where your schematron's be put in and so forth. So, you know, it's a little bit of fussing to kind of find where the components are, and then you know, finally locate the thing. The framework is all bundled as a set of folders, and you have to just locate the CSS that you want to edit, or you want to put a new CSS someplace and then put the binding in here, and everything just works. And I have found this to be very workable. You know, what I mean by that is that when I have problems, they're easy to fix. And because, of course, when you're doing this kind of project, you're running into many sorts of, you know, problems of, you know, exactly what kind of, there is a design aspect to this of how do I set this up, you know, what the default should be, how, you know, how are things going to be presented and so forth. Does that answer the question? It's not hard. Nobody wants to know about green? Okay, well, I didn't wire it up with green. I did not wire it up with green mainly because I didn't want to I did not want to imply that green would be supported. Now, that doesn't mean green isn't going to work. What it does mean is that the green parts of green are sort of going to, you know, fall through. They aren't going to be lost, but you're going to have to do something to actually get them to do what you want, right? So green is kind of the test case for, you know, push on this a little bit, right? And to support green would be simply a matter of making this extension and putting in a catalog that pointed to your green DTDs. And that's how hard it would be. And then all these style sheets and everything will work in your green.
Any more questions?
Lunchtime.
Great. Well, thank you, Wendell. Okay, so before we break for lunch, do we have a report from the social director? No? Oh, not yet? Okay. We'll hear from the social director maybe after lunch about our evening event. If you are signed up for an open session and you have not brought your slides, if you have them, slides are not required, bring them up. You want them before lunch or after lunch, Laura?
Preferably before, so we don't have to stress about it.
Okay.
Also, if you're using your own machine, check out that we have the right hookups, please, before you go to lunch. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you at 1:30.
Oh, wait, we have 10 people signed up. So those who are speaking, you're going to get about 10 minutes. I realize 10 times 10 is 100, not 90, but we'll make it work. So.
Okay, do you need more? Can you take more?
If you really would like to speak and you have that burning desire, just, you know, let us know. We'll work it out.
Thank you.
So welcome back, and welcome to what is often a very exciting part of the program in many ways. So first up is Stephen Laverick, who's going to be talking to us about how they're using JATS to help English as a second language authors.
Okay, so I'm Stephen Laverick. I'm the integration manager with Adan's Editing, and we provide services for publishers and for authors to help authors who have English as a second language through the path to publication. It won't be a surprise to anybody to know that authors have problems navigating their way through this. Lots of different stages that they will encounter those problems. I'm not going to go through everyone. Suffice to say that we have paid services that will help authors through each of these different areas. So of all of these kind of different ways in which authors may have problems, obviously they have lots of questions along the way. It's kind of our job to know what these questions are, what problems they're having, all that kind of thing. So during one of the surveys that we carried out with our authors, they told us that the most difficult thing that they encountered during the preparation of their manuscripts was choosing which journal they were going to submit to. So we kind of figured that we should do something about that. So we created what is a free service on our website, and that is the ADAN's Journal Selector. That enables the authors to be able to search for journals that they would like to publish in. They can search by the journal name, by the publisher name, by the field of research. They can then filter those searches that are returned so that they can find out which ones have the open access options that they want, the publication frequency that they want, all that kind of thing, that hopefully will be able to help them make a decision as to which journal they are going to submit to. We are based in Asia. I'm based in Beijing. We have a China office, we have an office in Japan, and we have an office in Korea. And that is where the majority of our paid customers originate from. To go along with those different locations, obviously we have localized sites, and the journal selector is available in local languages on each of those localized sites. So you can see that is what it looks like. You're able to conduct your different searches through this interface. As I mentioned, you can do that through the journal, through the publisher, through the field of research, but JATS has to kind of come into it somewhere, else I wouldn't be allowed to stand here. And the way that we do that is we also allow the authors to be able to search for journals using their abstract. So they can submit their abstract into the interface. Our bespoke algorithms will analyse that abstract, and they will go away and look at all of the abstracts that we hold in our database, abstracts that come in JATS in the main, and they will come back with results to find which journals are publishing research which most closely matches that of the author abstract. And this is the kind of result that you would get from that. So you can see that we've got a couple of journals listed just there, or hopefully you can see that anyway, and they automatically are ordered according to the order of best match. You can see that on the left-hand side there we've got right-hand side, left-hand side. Up there is the area that you can do all of your filtering, and you can filter according to impact factor, SCI, open access, publication frequency, all this kind of thing. So the authors can then see which journals are publishing research which is most relevant to the abstract that they've submitted. They can then go into those particular journals. Really tiny picture just here. So what I've done is blown each of these different areas up. At the top of that page, we have the various journal information, the summary of the journal, impact factor, who the publisher is, blah, 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 open access options. You can also see that we kind of make it as easy as we can for the authors to be able to get into these journals by having author submission URLs. We have the links to the instructions for authors and the links to the actual main site of the journal as well. What we're also able to do is take those results of the matching that we found through the abstracts that we've got within the JATS files, and we're able to give the authors the examples of the articles that most closely match theirs that have been published within these different journals. So in a way, what we're doing here as well is kind of driving traffic back into the journals for the author who may have already written the manuscript, but there may be some research that they maybe weren't familiar with, weren't aware of, and we're able to highlight that at this point, as well as having details of the manuscript, the article that most closely matches. We're also able to provide a bunch of other links in there So again, like I say, just kind of driving traffic back through into the journal website. That is kind of that. So I can just stand here for a few minutes now and take up my full 10 minutes. I didn't realise how quickly I was going to go through that. Some statistics. We have over 11.5 million abstracts in our database. We have agreements with PubMed Central, various publishers who are depositing with us directly. Highwire allow us to use their current service as long as we have publisher consent to be able to do that. We have 28,500 journals listed in the journal selector. Of those, we've got around about 11,000 that actually have abstracts. As I say, the majority of those coming from PMC. If you are a publisher who is not necessarily listed in PMC and would like to talk about maybe submitting your abstracts into the journal selector, then come and talk to me. We have over 57,000 users each month. The highest usage comes from, let me think, Brazil, China, India, the United States. I'm not going to crack any jokes about English being second language in those countries because I'm in the United States at the moment and I would quite like to get back out again. So there we go. That is the Edan's journal selector. You can find it at edansediting.com journal-selector. My email address, should anybody want to contact me around setting up some kind of cooperation around how we might be able to ingest content into that. The company Twitter address, my Twitter address. Thank you very much. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, so next up, talking to us, and I hope I don't butcher his name or his topic, is Matthias Piepery. I got a thumbs up from him. Talking to us about a manuscript authoring tool that's both user-friendly and JATS compatible.
Cool. Right, so my name is Matthias Piepery. I'm formerly CTO at Papers. I've recently left there and I've gone full-time with a different company called Manuscripts. And Papers was a reference manager, a fairly well-known and popular one. And what I've been really trying to do for the past years with Manuscripts is to repeat the kind of user experience as what we managed to get to with Papers, which is to really make an easy-to-adopt, powerful environment for somebody to do everything about paper writing. And why am I talking about it here? Well, not only is it a scientific word processor, but it's also a structured approach to that problem. So, for instance, what you're looking at here in this screenshot is our author metadata editing tool. The data model that we have for this is closely modeled after JATS. And in fact, we already export the front matter into JATS for editorial manager ingest, which I think we'll hear next. So you can enter author data, affiliations, grants, all of that stuff, and we, for instance, format that in a certain specific way in the editor itself, but we're also able to transform that into other formats. And what I'm really going to focus on is more kind of the angle of structured writing from the point of view of how does that actually help an author become more productive, as opposed to how does that actually add more work to the author. Because I think it's really the former case, that we can actually help the author become far, far more productive if the matter that you're actually writing is to begin with structured. So here's one example. So we have a document template library of well over 1,000 document templates in the tool. And we actually work with publishers such as eLife for kind of giving the tool for free from the publisher point of view, and also for free for the author point of view for submitting to certain titles. So for instance here I've activated the free mode for doing eLife, research advance, and research article submissions. And what is a template from our point of view? Well, basically what we do with this tool is that we give you a placeholder for the section hierarchy of the document, but we also include lots of other style information in these templates. So for instance, what are the required figure file formats? What are the, should the figures be exported as a separate file at the end, or in line, or at the end of the same file? Lots of different style rules that have to do either with what the document looks like, or kind of requirements on what should be included in it. Here's another example. So we're able to tell that in this particular document type, the abstract should be at least 300 words long, and in this case it isn't. So we kind of indicate this stuff to the user as he or she keeps writing, so it doesn't become a problem at the submission stage, but something that they kind of naturally work towards from the beginning of the writing project. Here's another example where I think the kind of the separation of a document tree and into kind of sections, and the kind of the textual body, the separation of that helps you as an author. It's kind of subtle, so I'll just point out what's going to happen in the video. So we're going to reorder some content in the document. So I just dragged and dropped in that outline, and these paragraphs just moved around. I can do the same thing with the sections in a kind of section, subsection hierarchy as well. Tends to be quite helpful based on our customer feedback on cases where you just start off from a fairly rough idea of what you're going to write, and then you just keep iterating as you go along. That certainly was my approach to writing, that I start from very rough ideas, more as an outliner tool, and then start writing into specific parts of the body. Another thing that's kind of helpful about this outline in the tool is this focus mode. So there's like a tiny icon there. If I click that, what's going to happen is that only that specific section of the document is now available for me for writing. So suppose this was not as finished product, for instance, as that paper is, I could focus on just the thing that I worry about today and not the rest of it being completely unfinished, or just kind of focus my mind on a specific document section. Another thing that's kind of neat about the structure in this tool is figures. So we support creating multi-panel figures directly in the app. So non-destructively, we've kept vector formatted images inside in those two panel members in that figure. On export, we rasterize that into a single image. Both of them have a kind of a title component, and there's a caption that goes with the entire panel. All of this is retained in a neat, clean form and can be exported into various forms. Another example is tables. So tables are dictated by table styles in this document. So for instance, I'm not able to do kind of let's bold the header and bold the footer in the table. All of that, it is implicit based on where it is in the table. I can hide and show headers and footers and so on. There's a lot of control that's given over how they look, but the point is that they look all consistent, and the end user doesn't worry about how they look because they look good. Again, the structure really helps you focus more on the content in that case. Equations work pretty much the same way, so there's a couple of options given for them. We let you do equation editing both in line and paragraph level in the tool, but for instance, you can choose whether they're numbered, whether the caption is presented or not, and all of that can be transformed into various output formats that we support. Yes, there's symbol editing as well. Nothing to say about that, I think. Code listings, so we have, as one of the entity types, also syntax highlighted code. Not so much actually aimed at journal article writing. I actually wanted it first for myself for writing some technical documentation, but that is anyway one of the supported file format, one of the supported entity types. We support exporting the various output formats and actually importing as well. So we import and export Word, we import and export TeX, Markdown, and in fact, if you just copy and paste out of the app to the clipboard and paste into a text editor, by default that is Markdown, our plain text representation. So we really have thought a lot and spent a big part of the project into kind of the interplay with other systems and other file formats, and that is greatly made easier by the fact that it's the data model is very granular and structured. There's a couple of different integration points into this from a kind of publisher point of view that we haven't really explored too much. So we have a couple of kind of branded components inside there. Well, one is Pressroom. That's the transformation tool that does the Word, TeX, Markdown, and in fact JATS transformations as well. There's also Manuel, which is a automation tool that uses some of the scripting hooks that we've built into the system. So there's actually a JavaScript API actually in the system as well. And for instance, the way how we do citation tool integration works through that scripting API. So there's a lot of ways in which you can just automate, creating a document, automate, summarizing it in different ways. Another tool that we've built based on this data model that is a template builder tool. So here what you're looking at is our internal view on what is a document template. So for instance, the section hierarchy can describe that the abstract, there needs to be a section called abstract, which is of the category abstract, and it needs to have a word count of 350 inclusive of references and so on. So we can make them inclusive or exclusive. There's like 7 other tabs of stuff there, like over 90 different rules that we can apply as validation rules. And again, the cost for this from the publisher point of view and from the end user point of view to get started with this is nothing. From the publisher point of view, we're not monetizing that at all. The business model is that end users are happy enough to pay for the full license for using the tool for kind of unlimited numbers of different kinds of documents, not just the ones that we've prepared the templates for. So if you want to hear more about that, just get in touch. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have Caroline Weber, who is talking to us about a similar topic, using JATS to ingest manuscripts.
Oh, it is open. Okay. This would be the hardest part. Hi, my name's Caroline Weber. I'm from Aries Systems, longtime listener, first-time presenter. I would get that joke in before somebody else thought of it. So I'm going to talk about a new product that we have, or a new feature of ingesting manuscripts from systems such as the one that Matthias just spoke about. So Aries, just briefly, I did steal this from sales, so I have to go over a few things about the company. We were founded in 1986. We're privately held. More than 6,700 publications use our system. We process almost 2 million manuscripts annually. And we have 3 major products: Editorial Manager, which is the peer review and manuscript submission system; Production Manager, which is web-based production tracking; and Commerce Manager for e-commerce. And we're used by a large number of publishers: Wiley, Springer Nature, LWW, quite a few of the big ones. And Elsevier uses a branded version of our product. So that's the general. Now let's get to how we use the JATS. So we actually use JATS in 3 different ways. Ingest is the one I'm focusing on today, but I'm going to briefly talk about 2 other ways we use it. Import, that's automatic manuscript import if you're not coming from a submission partner, if you're coming from another journal. And we also transmit JATS out. So ingest is a way to get submissions into Editorial Manager journals from our submission partners. And who are submission partners? Well, Matthias just spoke, and Paul Johnston is another submission partner who's speaking, I believe, at 3:30. Language editing services, authoring tools, etc. People that the author would go to for help in preparing their submission. And here's a list of the ones that we've signed up so far. And Editouch is also here, I believe, so a lot of people that we've signed up are actually in this room. And how it works is instead of the author submitting directly to the journal on Editorial Manager, they'll submit through the submission partner, and the submission partner then creates the files and the JATS XML. Once it gets into Editorial Manager through the ingest, it appears in a folder on the editor's main menu called Transferred Submissions. And at that point, it will say who it's been transferred in from, and the editor can decide whether to send back to the author or move on in the workflow. Sending back to the author is not a punishment, it's just to get the author to fill in a few more details that the journal might need. So the key ingredients to this product are the JAT. We also use ORCID, and we also use funding information, fund ref IDs. And the way it works is sort of an old-fashioned way, but it does work through FTP. So the submission partner is FTPing 2 files to us, a trigger file with the Aries journal code and their submission partner license code, and then a zip file that contains the JATS XML metadata file and any other files that need to be ingested. And we scan the FTP server. When we find these files, then we start the ingest process. And so here's the meat of what we read from JATS. I just we read a subset of, when I say subset, I don't mean like a formal subset, we just read a small number of tags. So we do read the submission partner license code, which I just kind of jammed into the journal ID type equals publisher because I didn't know of a good place to put it. The submission partner name, and then the submission partner's document identifier, and that is to prevent duplicate ingest. Also, we're going to read information about the corresponding author and co-authors, and we can read in the Ringgold ID for author institution if that's provided. And so what happens is we look for the corresponding author in Editorial Manager, and if they're not already there, then we do proxy registration, which just means the registration record is marked as not self-registered, and when the user comes in, they're asked to verify the information. We also read in some manuscript information, the abstract, keywords, DOI if it has one already, which it probably won't, article type if that's known, classifications, section category, and then the popular custom meta element is used to read in a bunch of custom stuff that is classified as additional manuscript details in Editorial Manager, and these are custom fields that the journal can set up to capture additional information about the manuscript. In addition, the funding info, and as I mentioned, then it appears in the transferred submissions folder on the editor main menu, and we import the files. And then at that point, typically the editor would send it to the author so that journal-specific questions can be answered. And then the corresponding author is registered, they would get that information, they can log in. And then the submission then goes into the normal workflow process for whatever that journal is. We also use a very similar project. AAAS is one of the customers that uses this. If you have a journal that's not on EM, and you have, let's say, an open source mega journal on EM, those sister journals can transfer in to the mega journal using a very similar process. We also use JATS, we also use FTP. We don't need the license code because it's not a manuscript services provider, it's actually another journal. And then we use JATS to transfer out. We export out JATS 1.0, 1.1, also NLM 3.0, and you can set up an FTP of that anywhere, either to another production system, or it can be sent from within our production system to another vendor using our production task transmittal feature. And that's it. Any questions? Questions? Jeff.
This is Jeff from NLM. I have one. You said you use the provider's document ID to keep you from crashing duplicate submissions.
To keep from importing the same manuscript twice.
Yeah. Do you ever have to worry about getting the same manuscript from more than one partner?
Not as of yet, but we do have some duplicate submission checking built into the system. That's another feature. both on the author name, and we also have a duplicate submission checking that goes against the database and looks for similar titles, et cetera. So that hasn't been a problem so far.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great, well, thank you.
You guys are doing an amazing job at keeping to that 10 minutes. It's fantastic. I do that. Okay, next up is Soichi Tokozani, who will be talking to us about JATS-Con Asia 2015.
Okay, as you know, I mentioned last year, we had a JATS-Con Asia meeting last year on October 19th, and it was hosted by XM Scholarly Publishing Association called XPA under the Japan Science and Technology Agency, JST. And thanks to JST, we had a very good facilities and also very, simultaneous translation. So Japanese audience very comfortable in, listening to invited presenters. So this is a Dr. Hideaki Takeda who talked about the open science and identifiers such as a DOI, ORCID, and other identifiers which will help make scientific information flow very flexible. And also, Bruce talks about the JATS and its role in scholarly publishing. And Mr. Hidehiko Nakanishi, he talked about Japanese language processing on JATS XML, and also automatic typesetting using XLT. This was a similar talk which was presented last year here. And also, Mr. His name is not Mr. Kurosawa talked about his implementation of JATS for the Ichushi database, which is a abstract and indexing database for Japanese medical articles, which is sort of similar to PubMed, but in Japanese language. Also, Chandy talked about challenges in implementing multilingual publishing workflow, which is kind of a base of his talk yesterday. And Chancellor Lee here in this auditorium talked about JATS used for Korean medical journal databases. And finally, a lady from JST talked about how JATS is used e-journal platform called JStage, and for Japanese for journals published in Japan. So that's about it. We hope we have another meeting sometime soon, probably not this year, but if we had the plan, we'll let you know. Thanks.
I think everyone should acknowledge that Mr. Tokozani did a wonderful job of organizing the meeting, and we look forward to having another one in the future. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up, and twice I've tried to get something out of him as far as a topic. So Eric Landers will now be speaking to us about something he is yet to reveal.
Good afternoon. I don't mean to be secretive, but with all the information coming at me, I keep changing exactly what I wish to actually say. So I'm with CAS. You can take a look at cas.org if you're interested. We're, I would say, the world's premier supplier of chemical information. I'm in an interesting part of the workflow. Basically, I'm receiving publishers' output. So I am consuming pretty much your end product and using it within my workflows. And I will also admit to being a bit of a lurker when it comes to the JATS. I was here, I think, 4 or 5 years ago when the JATS was brand new. And I wanted to mention what we've done so far with it. On one project, we've been able to use the JATS and the bits to support new input methods for content that we used to have enormous difficulties processing. We now have just normal difficulties processing. These systems are actually rather robust. We have, at this point, in the last 3 years, processed about 650,000 articles and book parts using these systems. So if there's interest, I may actually try to write up what we're actually doing. One of the things that my colleague pointed out is that we do a JATS to JSON conversion for some of our internal systems. So I may write that up and see if I can get it past the committee. The one thing I'd like to ask is, a number of the discussions here so far have been absolutely marvelous. Several of those have really piqued my interest for what I'm about to ask. So some of you are warned that I'll try to contact you. But I'm about to embark on an even larger project that we were planning to use the JATS and the bits as the preferred method of representing non-patent published, publicly available content within the CAS world. And I am interested in discussing with anyone who's had experience in large-scale conversions of this type of the sorts of problems you ran into. Some of the discussions have been along those lines, and those have been very nice. But if there's anyone else that has any information or insights they wish to share, I would definitely be interested. I'm also interested in how people use the JATS or the bits to represent some of the more interesting types of content, such as dissertations, technical reports. So I would appreciate any contact. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is something we've heard about several times during the conference. It's the JATS for R, and Mary Selge will be talking to us about that.
Okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I just received elaborate instructions and around the microphone. So hi, everybody. I'm Mary Selge, and I'm from Canadian Science Publishing, and I'm going to talk to you about the goings-on with JATS for R over the last year or so. So probably a lot of you may have heard JATS for R's talk last year at JATS-Con. It was one of the longer presentations. But just in case you're super excited about it, or you've forgotten that or missed it, I'm going to sort of go over first what the group is, and what it's for, why it exists. So JATS for R stands for JATS for Reuse, and it's a group of publishers, archives, vendors, and other people from organizations in scholarly publishing who are all interested and concerned about finding common tagging practices that would optimize the reusability of articles tagged in JATS XML by machines. So why do we care about reusability? Well, reusability affects everybody. That's the short answer. The longer answer is that XML doesn't just go into HTML and then go up on a publisher's website where it sits there looking pretty. It does do that, but it also goes a lot of other places. It goes to digital catalogs, it goes to aggregator sites, it goes to archives, it goes to databases, it goes to Google Scholar. There's a lot of places it goes that I probably can't even imagine. And all of these places are handle the XML with systems, machine systems that have to be programmed by humans ultimately, but they're systems. And those systems need to be able to reliably find whatever pieces of information in the XML that they need to do what they're supposed to do with that article XML. So in other words, the XML gets reused lots of places for lots of reasons. But JATS is a very flexible standard, and we've heard lots of talk over the last day and a half or so about the many ways that things can be handled in JATS. In JATS, there are many roads that lead to Rome. You can tag a given object in many ways and still have it be valid JATS XML. So here's a sort of a concrete example of a way, more than one way to tag a license, for example, let's say for an open access article. And there are other ways of doing this which would also be valid, but here's two. And the point here is that a system that needs to be able to find the URL for the license that applies to this content so that it knows it can access that content and reuse the entirety of it, or maybe it's just the figure in that article or whatever, it needs to be able to find that. It's not useful, or it's a lot more challenging, let's say, a lot less efficient if that system is going to encounter many different ways of presenting that information. So it's a lot better if there's a systematic way, a predictable way of finding the information. And I actually have, so just by the by, this is our JATS for R's brand spanking new website, which was just born just this last Friday. And I'll get to the where and why of that in a sec. But anyway, so on this site, there's a link right here on the actual recommendations for licensing, because we happen to have recommendations for that. So this is, I just want to make sure that I transmit the idea that this is not just for open access content. Reusability affects everybody who handles content in scholarly publishing, because ultimately systems that affect all of our content need to be able to process, exchange, store, retrieve, reuse all of that content, and that's why common tagging practices are important. So what have we been doing for the last year, which is supposed to be the point of this update? Well, we've been developing recommendations. So we have a number of recommendations. I don't know if you can see that. So far we have general recommendations, and I'll just pull that up, on how to structure an XML document so that it's a good, sensible, well-formed XML document. And actually, this particular page isn't really so much about JATS as it is just about making a really good, solid XML document. But we also have, for those of you who listened in, probably everybody here did, on data citations yesterday and are really interested in citing that properly, we have worked and have finalized a document on data citation recommendations. So this would be our recommendations for common tagging, for practices to tag data citations, so that systems can reliably find what they need to from that citation. Okay, so, and I'll just show you, there's we have a page that shows our current and next up recommendations. So currently we are working on versioning for articles. So by versioning, I mean how to indicate which version of an article a system is looking at a given time. So if I happen to find some article XML and I look at it and I go, okay, is this the version of record? Is this the just accepted? What is it? What am I looking at? So it's a way to indicate that in the XML. And then we think we've decided that we're going to work on authors and affiliations, captions and titles, like for example for figures and tables, that kind of thing, funding, custom meta, and keywords and subjects. Our goal is to publish 4 recommendations per year. So we've been a bit slow on that in the last year simply because we realized that there's a lot of stuff that has to be put in place before you can kind of, like, the recommendations is only sort of this surface part of what you see of the work for JATS4R. There's a lot of work that goes into organizing the group. And the other thing we realized is that as XML becomes something that is more and more, with more and more standards, it becomes much more important for, we believe, for publishers especially to be a lot more familiar with and comfortable with their own XML. Because as we've heard many times, consistency is very, very important. And the thing is, XML is all about content. It's not really, yes, it's technical, but at its heart, it's about content. And the people who know that content the best are often some of the best resources for looking at XML, only XML is kind of scary for a lot of people. So we have made an XML Learning Center. And what we hope to accomplish with this is, well, we have 2 pages. We have a frequently asked questions page, and anybody can ask questions by contacting us. But more importantly, we're going to start an XML topics page. So this will be, articles section. So this is going to be a section of XML articles on all sorts of topics, from very basic things to, why we even use XML or JATS XML to, much more technical articles on maybe XML-related technologies like XSLT. So basically, a resource for anyone who wants to learn about these things at their own pace and maybe doesn't necessarily have the time to do it at work, or is afraid to ask their colleague, or doesn't want to bug the technical people there. That's what we hope to achieve. We really want XML to be accessible for everybody who has to touch it, and so that they can help make decisions and maybe free up some of the more technical resources in their organization to work on other things. So that is what we have been doing. And of course, I mentioned that we have this website, and the purpose of the site is to give you a one-stop shop for all information about JATS4R and what it's doing, all of the recommendations, and a place to go and learn about XML if you have nothing else to do. So I sort of lied because I said this was an update on JATS4R, but that's only partly true. It's also a shameless appeal for participation. Because the thing about common tagging practices is they're only common if lots of people do them at the same time. So that's why we have a part of our website devoted to telling you all about how you can help us. There are a lot of people here who are part of, actually I should just go back to the homepage, because we have a number of organizations, many of whose representatives are actually here today. But here's just a part of, just a few of the sort of more active organizations that are participating in JATS4R and making recommendations. So I should have mentioned at the beginning and was remiss, but our chair is Melissa Harrison from eLife, who you heard from yesterday. And also Mike Eden from Cambridge University Press is here. We have Nikos Markantonatos from Adipon, and of course our very own Jeff Beck and Mr. Christopher Maloney from the NCBI. And that's just to name a few people who are here who are sort of supportive or actively working in JATS4R. So how to participate? You thought I forgot about that. So one thing we really need is samples, because we don't want to just dream up recommendations for things out of our own heads, how we should do them. We'd like to look at how most publishers are tagging things in the wild and try to use any existing clearly common trends in how people are tagging things to sort of base our decisions when we start talking about recommendations. So to do that, we need samples. And just to make it easy, you can send samples, I believe, there's a way to upload it on our GitHub repository, but to make it easy for this particular day, you can email any samples or tell us you'd like to send samples by emailing jatsforr@gmail.com. You can certainly join the calls and help develop the recommendations. We definitely want input, and you don't have to join every single call. If you're a person who's really keen about authors and affiliations and you really want to weigh in on that, we will announce ahead of time what the call is going to be talking about so that you can choose to join or not join. But if you're too shy to join the call, or you don't really, it doesn't really fit in with your time slot, then you can go subscribe to our Google email list. These are all links, by the way. And you can actually, so you'll be able to find out where the links are to the public Google Docs where we develop the recommendations. And from there, you can help out by commenting and reviewing on your own time. You don't have to do it when we're talking about it. You can go there on your own time and take your time and look through what's there and say, well, this makes sense, this kind of doesn't because we do this, or whatever, or edit if you see something that's not factually incorrect, or you just the way. Anyway, you can do it. You can all edits and comments are welcome. So that's another great way to help out. And then you can contribute work on the validator tool. So the validator tool is our tool that is based on schematron rules, which are there. It's there for the user to check their XML for I hate the word compliance. It sounds very serious, but just to see how your XML stands up against the recommendations that JATS4R has made, because whenever we make a recommendation, we also make a validator rule to go with it. It might not be a fail, it might just simply be information, hey, FYI, your XML is this, and this is what we recommend kind of thing, or it might be that it's actually a failure or just a warning. So there's way more information about all this stuff is on the website, so I'm not going to go into it right now because I probably only have like 1 minute left. And so this is, and the last thing that you can do to help is to follow us at JATS4R on Twitter, because we really need to spread the word about this. There's a lot of people who are already participating and supporting, but we feel this is really important because common tagging practices that make sense for machine systems make sense for all of us. And that's it.
I'm going to run back here because I have a question. Oh. Hi, I'm Laura Randall from NLM. So my question is, how does the group decide on what recommendations to work on?
Well, that's a good question, because we had a meeting the day before the conference here at NLM, and that's one of the things we talked about. And we decided that on a rubric, actually. So we have 4 different criteria that we use. One is how ubiquitous is the object that we're considering. So by object, I mean, for example, permissions or captions on figures and tables or authors and affiliations, things like that, objects. So how common is that object among people's XML? Well, obviously authors and affiliations or something like citations, everybody has those. So that gives it some points there because it's very common and it affects everybody. So another criterion would be how much variation is there in JATS for tagging that object. So maybe it's something that just happens in JATS, there just happens to be only 1 or 2 ways to do it, so it's not that bad. But say for authors and affiliations where you have 6 different roads leading to the same place, and that's such a key piece of metadata in an article, that's a problem when you have systems that are trying to reliably get information out of the tagging that's around authors and affiliations. So something that has naturally a lot of variation possibility in JATS would also be a good candidate for recommendations. And then I think we said that if there was a lot of if there was a particular really strong pain point around a given object, like maybe it's not that common and maybe there isn't that much variation, but it's really, really important, and I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but people are talking about it and it's something that would relieve a lot of pain for maybe a smaller group of people, that would weigh in. And then just trying to think of what the fourth thing is. I think whether it's sort of a new object. So if it's something, a concept that's relatively new in JATS, and again, I can't think of an example right now, but something that hasn't really had a chance to age and mellow a little bit, it's like just to see how people are going to tag it. That's something we might not be as likely to make a recommendation on because there hasn't been an established sort of feeling about how that should be, I guess, commonly. Does that make sense? Okay. Anything else?
Hi, Peter Nabers from John Benjamins. I'm a bit curious what the relationship between your recommendations and those of the tag set documentation would be. Will they be synced? So far, I've been sending my Indian friends to the tag set documentation, which is full of guidelines, best practices, and examples. Mm-hmm. And now you also have guidelines and or recommendations. Mm-hmm. That would be a standard next to a standard at some point.
Well, we try to be informed by what the tag library says as much as possible. I mean, at least that's how it's been so far. So, for example, a while ago when we were discussing, say, date type attributes, which haven't turned into any kind of recommendation yet, but we were talking about them. And we decided that since many of the date type attributes like received, accepted, and I can't remember the entire list, which are suggested by the tag library, have been used for so long and so commonly that it would be ridiculous for us to stray from that and just make up our own just for the sake of being different. So I guess the answer is that we really try to sort of look at what the tag library says, and if it's something that suggests as a common tagging practice, well, I guess that would be a serious factor in what we decide to do.
Yeah. The tag libraries that we publish along with the schemas describe what you can do. We're very careful not to try to say what you should do in there. The tag libraries are not best practices for tagging. There is some best practice information in the essays that are included, but the JATS for our group tries to make really a very narrow, very narrow set of recommendations so that you can follow. You can choose to follow them or not. But if you look at them, you will get guidance, and you don't necessarily get guidance from the general tag libraries.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, next up is a voice we just heard from. That would be Jeff Beck talking about a JATS compatibility model.
We have JATS for our cards. If you'd like one, I have them in my pocket. I'll give one to you. I like to give them out because I always forget. So we heard yesterday about the STS, the Standards Tag Suite. We've also heard this for the past 2 days about bits. And someone even mentioned TaxPub the other day. These are all extensions of JATS. Right now, JATS is a NISO standard. The STS, the Standards Tag Suite, is in production. I'm not sure I've got the words right. If it's really wrong, Nettie, I hope will correct me. It's in production at NISO. And the BITS, the Book Tag Suite, is a project that we have here at NCBI. I think Bruce mentioned that the groups are all rather incestuous is a bad word, but it's probably accurate. And what we really worry about is that as more and more extensions are made, that the extensions will do things or make elements or make changes to existing elements that make them no longer compatible with JATS. So a group of us got together. It was Debbie and Tommy from Mulberry, and then Laura Randall and myself. And we started thinking about how we could set up some guidelines for if you want to make an extension of JATS that is compatible with JATS, these are the things you need to check. Now, anyone can take the JATS and make an extension, and there are no rules about what you do and what you want to do with it. But if you're looking to make essentially another member of the family, and I hope that BITS and STS will all try to stay within the JATS family, there are some things that you can do as you're making an extension that are really going to screw things up. So we tried to look at some items and write down some rules about what not to do if you want to stay compliant with or compatible with JATS. And I have a couple of examples. We have a number of things that need to be checked, but some examples so that it's not so obscure. One is your element and your attribute names. One of our compatibility checks is if you're going to use an element from JATS, it should be used for the same thing in whatever your extension is. A good example of this is we have a statement element in JATS, and it's described as something like statement is for theorems and lemmas, not lemmings, lemmas, so statements of theory. Now, if someone was coming to make a JATS extension and they decided, well, they didn't need to talk about theorems, but they did need to keep track of statements that people made in court under oath, then that application of the element name, or that use of the element name statement, should not be allowed because it has completely different meaning than statement in the greater set, in the family of element names. So you could just make up another element name, like witness statement or whatever you like, but we don't want element names crashing for things that are different meanings. Similarly, if you're going to make an element for theorems and lemmas and things like that, you probably should use statement because it's already built and hopefully tools that exist already know how to use it, so you can ride that JATS wave with your extension. We also want to avoid having elements and attributes have the same name. We have one or two in JATS now, and this is so new that I'm not embarrassed by that, but maybe next year I'll be embarrassed by those. Another thing that we look for, and this is one that you don't really realize might be a problem, is white space in elements. We went for the longest time trying to, with a quality, or a test on what the element content was and whether it was element only or allowed text. And it took us a while, a number of revisions of our document, till we realized, well, what we were really talking about there is how the white space is expected to be handled within those elements. If your element has element-only content, then any white space within it is, or if your element is defined as element-only content, then any white space within it is, who cares? It can come, it can go, it can be huge, it can not be there. If you have text allowed within your element, whether it's text only or mixed content or empty, because we consider it empty to be a text text type field, then you're essentially following the normalized space rules that white space is preserved, but the white space characters aren't necessarily preserved. So everything will collapse, all white space will collapse into a single white space, single space character. But none of them are going to be inserted and none of them are going to be removed. The third case is for elements where we need to preserve space, like preformat and code. And those are elements where all the white space characters must be preserved. So if you have an element, if we have an element in JATS that is a mixed content model, you really shouldn't redefine it in your extension as an element-only model, because any system that's trying to deal with it is going to screw the white space up somewhere. So we've written several drafts of this and floated them around to a couple of people who may or may not be in this room, and we've gotten some good feedback. We're going to work on another revision and hopefully have something for the community, I think we said shortly, so you can read into that whatever you will. So I'm not sure how we're going to announce it, but it should be available to the public. So any questions? Yes?
A comment. This is Evan. I was one of the ones asked to review this document. This is a magnificent contribution to the community. We should all be very grateful to the four of them for the work they have done on this and what this will mean for the future of the JATS community. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Evan. It was a mind-bending experience. So, okay, thank you.
Mind-bending and slightly mind-numbing at times. I nicknamed the project NUM for the NISO Uber meta model. But it's since changed names and it has more meaning now. Okay, so next up, speaking of bending things, I asked Charles O'Connor, who's our next speaker, what he wanted to talk about, and he said he's throwing a grenade. And I thought, no. And then he said bending JATS. So, Charles.
Okay. Hi, I'm Charles O'Connor. I work for Sheridan Journal Services, formerly known as Dartmouth Journal Services. We recently changed our name. We are in the ecosystem of this community. We are a vendor. I guess that's like lowest on the totem pole. And so we are a file supplier, and we supply files to a range of hosts, and probably every host out there. And so we've found that we get some odd requests from hosts, and I think my purpose here is to raise some awareness about some of the things that we're asked to do, and hopefully, get some community support to tighten things up. And I think JATS for reuse is a great start, by the way. Anyway, for some of the things we're asked to do, and I thank my colleague Isla Reber for gathering some of these for me. These are just a small chamber of horrors. For example, for corresponding author data, we had a customer who didn't want it to appear with the abstract, and so the the online host said, maybe don't give it to us. And we thought that wasn't a good idea, so then they suggested that we put the corresponding author data as a back matter footnote. Similarly, author affiliations, the customer wanted them to appear at the bottom of the document, and we were told, hey, why not put them as as back matter footnotes again. And by the way, I should point out that these are examples drawn from all sorts of online hosts. There are no, especially bad guys or especially good guys in this space. Long sequences of characters. We've been asked sometimes because long sequences can be a bit of a pain, to throw 0 with spaces in the XML. And hey, that would be great in, say, the HTML or something like that if you need to break a line, but it really doesn't belong in the XML. Very commonly, we're asked to make an entire title bold, which doesn't make sense. Sometimes we're asked to add line breaks where they don't belong, and even I think the JATS, the recommendation is to not use break except in a table head or other places. We had a continuous publishing workflow where we happened to have the folio data, even though it was continuous publishing on an article basis. So since it was showing up in the ETOC and that wasn't desired at the article stage, but was desired at the issue stage, well, why not just not give it to us? And so this has an impact on us in a lot of ways. The impacts, the consequences for file suppliers is that it's difficult to maintain documentation. If you have, online host X wants it, not just this way, but this way, this way, this way, and this way. It's hard to document that, keep that up to date, and that, of course, can lead to error because, it's, we don't have one standard for to hit, and even more so. Contributing to error is that we can't really build modular tools for QAing. We have a lot of publishers that we supply files for, a lot of online hosts that we supply files to, and so if there's such variation in the target XML, and it's by publisher, by publisher, by publisher, then it's really difficult for us to build tools for QA. And if you were here last year, I presented on our online web editing JATS, XML, whatever system. And I can tell you that as from the perspective of somebody who builds tools, it's very difficult to build tools that do something that doesn't make sense. It's easier to make a tool that does something that makes sense. I don't know, that makes sense. And I'm sure the response from the people here who are not file suppliers or vendors may be, well, that's your problem, and who really cares? But there are consequences for publishers as well. Information can be lost or misidentified if it's, if something's in a footnote instead of in a correspondence line, that's not where a system would be looking for it. Can have XML containing unnecessary formatting. It makes the XML less portable. You may not want to forever be with online host X. You may want to move to Y at some point. And if all of your, I just want to make one point. It's not that a online host X has these tagging requirements and Y has those. not so bad. It's the variation within them. So if you are porting from one online host to another, it would be nice if that were a predictable and robust way to do that. Also, there can be problems with downstream deposits. We've had times where we do what we're told, we try to be good about it. It hits PMC and they go, what's that? So that's, we have problems with downstream deposits sometimes. Obviously, we bow to PMC. And it makes the XML less searchable and machine searchable, and all of those points made in the JATS for reuse. If the machine is looking for a correspondence line in a correspondence element, that's where it's looking it for it. It's not going to go mining the footnotes to find them. So I have a little bit of a plea. Is to publish those tagging guidelines. Let us know what you want. Codify them, and point number 2, stick to them. I have a customer who wanted to do inline supplements. There were tagging guidelines on how to do inline supplements. This customer said, okay, so this is what you want. This is how you're doing it for publisher Y over here. I see they have online supplements. And the response was, no, that's not how that other publisher is doing it. They're doing it a completely different way. And so sticking to them is key. XSLT is a great tool. It can rearrange things, it can format things, and that's really the way to keep, display over here and content over here. So we know that that's not really, there's a little bit of overlap there. And building tools like the PMC style checker and now the validator for JATS for reuse. We use Xstyles to export XML. It has a launch feature from the export that you can use to then have that XML go through the PMC style checker, which is great because it's a great tool. It finds all sorts of things that you don't see in a Word file, like when somebody has like a math type object and then an empty math type object right next to it. The PMC style checker says, hey, you have two math elements within one display equation, and it's invisible in the Word file. And so tools like that are fantastic and would make for better tagging for all of us. So that's my plea. Wendell.
Wendell Pease, so a little old-time religion never hurts. I would summarize what you just told us as formatting content. We know that they're going like this, but no, keep them like this, right? In other words, I think all of the violations that you described are violations of the rule of how to architect these layer systems so you can operate them sustainably. And when you violate a rule that that messes with the architecture, guess what happens? Things begin to fall off. And we see that, and we learn it from experience. And a lot of the frustration we experience comes from people having learned the old lesson. So I would say, yeah, rah, rah. And not only that, but you can tell your customers that, hey, there are people who help with this. Because I know people that would love to help them with their problems internally, so they're not going to you and saying, "Can you fix something?" Which, of course, that there's a better solution.
Oh yeah, certainly. I would say that every single one of those is a display versus content issue, and there is we have to keep as much as possible to resist the temptation to get display out of what should be content. And the more support from the community and others that publishers can access, because we all have an interest in the XML being, correct and robust.
I sometimes like to quote an old Sufi line: the reason our discipline is so strict is that life may be easy.
Indeed. All right.
Okay, next is Chuck Kosher. Looking around, there he is. Who apparently has a correction to make.
This will be quick. Crossref does not require ORCIDs to be validated when you deposit them, and to enable Crossref to auto-update, push them into the author's profile. So I stepped out yesterday when that was mentioned, came back in, missed the whole thing, and then have answered that about 5 times since yesterday, so I'm making a blanket statement right now. So, thanks.
Okay, next up is Peter Lammers. Did I say it right? Okay. And he has some issues to point out with the JATS.
Well, it's my first time at this conference, also as a speaker. So I'm going to take first the possibility to have a sip. John Benjamin's publishing does about 70 journals per year, 150 books. And we've been doing PDF only so far, apart from metadata exports and JATS to everywhere. So I thought at some point we may need to do full text. And last year, one of our journals, Target, a translation journal, we're in humanities and linguistics, did I mention it? Target was going to get a community-based translations site, so all the articles could be translated and should be hosted next to the original. But the original would be PDF from 25 years old or younger, and then the translation would be HTML. That's not nice. So I said, let's take this journal as a pilot to see if we can do full text XML in JATS and if we can find the right tags for our little problems that we might have in linguistics. Well, actually, Target is not that difficult linguistically because it's about translation studies, which is not so theoretical. But we did encounter a couple of things, and one is about page numbers. I have 3 issues. Page numbers is the main issue. I know that the JATS committee doesn't like to have a page number tag because it's about print and not about a digital document. It's everywhere, and print is formatted. But the first page and the last page are also part of the print document, and they are tagged in the metadata. We need a page tag if we want to use it in the EPUB, if we derive an EPUB. We need a page tag if we want to make a link from another article. So somebody refers to another target article, then you have a related article with a page ID. And then where does it go if you cannot put a page tag there? So first we had related object as an ID, so we put it in a related object. That works, but it feels dirty. Then when we did a books pilot on the side, a vendor came up with related article, which is supposed to be about another article. Then we found in the discussions that there is something called target. Well, target sounds good, but you can't put it everywhere where you want to put it, and it's not meant to be for page numbers because it can be a target, but it's also plainly a metadata item within the body. But then there's another use. Say, for instance, that you have a textbook. So we're now talking bits. And you have, go to page 200. So everybody who might have the web-based version that could be bits-based would be in the dark if you don't have a proper page ID somewhere. And so I have 3 solutions now. Then Mike had another solution. He had named content. So we have 4 solutions. And I think the absence of a good guideline as to how the page number should be tagged creates those variants between vendors and between publishers. So that's my rant, because rants were welcome. Then I had two more interesting things. So if you make a translation to French or to German of an English article, and you have auto-generated text for author or author's address or translator's address, then in French, traductrice for the female version, and autorin for the German author woman, means that we need to capture that information somewhere. So we now have content type is female. It doesn't really sound right to say content type on a name or a string name. I forgot. So I think it's good. I may use the form if nobody else does it at some point to suggest something. But we need gender. And I would not go into discussions about a third gender or anything. But we need a female gender because languages other than English need it for localization. Then there's my third issue is about letters. In our type of journals, we often have a letter from the editor or letter to the editor. And I found that there is a signature block for the person say, well, thank you, but there's no salutation. So I know that there's an address, but I don't think address would be appropriate for an address. So that's an open question. How would you tag dear author? Oh yes, and I have another question. Who in the hall has had a need to capture a page number in XML? Show by hands. 4? Okay, 5-ish. So I'm seeing Taylor Francis, Greuter, Cambridge, and I don't know your publisher, but we are in good company. Well, that's basically it.
And what I would say in response is, please use the comment form and make suggestions to the committee so that we may discuss these things and provide examples.
That's what I learned at this conference, so thank you.
If you take nothing else away, take that away. Okay, we've done an excellent job with time. We are now on our 11th presenter, and that would be Chris Maloney, who is talking to us about a DTD diagram.
Thanks. It's not really a talk. I just wanted to show you something. So a couple years ago, somebody asked, those hierarchy diagrams, those near-far diagrams in the tag libraries, said those are really useful, and suggested that maybe somebody could make them animated. So you click on them and they expand, so you don't have to, So I did that just for fun. I wanted to show you guys. So these are the alternate version of the tag libraries. So hopefully this will be useful to some people. Here's it shows the content model of the front element, and these symbols are for sequence. These symbols are for choices. That's a choice of one. The question mark means it's optional. You can click here and expand it. So those are the attributes that go in the article meta. That's the content model of journal meta. And you see nested, so forth. You can right click, you can click here, go to that page, that element's documentation page. It's hard to get back to the exact same place in the diagram though. That's okay. Okay, and one more feature, so you can reroute it. So now you're interested in F page. So hopefully that'll be useful. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, since we have people watching on video, what Chris said was jatspan.org, and then follow the link in the header to the tag libraries. So hopefully those of you who are watching remotely got that. If not, hit us up and we'll set you up. Okay, that is it. We did an amazing job, and I want to thank everyone who had the gumption to come up and say their piece at the open session. And so we'll meet back here at 3:30.
Talks of JATS-Con 2016. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Paul Johnston from pubref.org. He is a principal at pubref.org. He has a rather interesting background. His career started in medicine as a vascular surgeon, and somewhere along the way he decided that programming was actually going to be a lot more fun. And so, yeah, that's an interesting career switch. So he has moved, he's completely given up surgery, although there are some people who consider software development a different kind of surgery. And he's now building authoring tools for scholars. And Paul, why don't you come on up, and we'd love to hear about this.
All right, well, thank you, Bruce, and just want to say thank you to all the members here. I've had a great conference. I've learned a ton. I'm really looking forward to applying what I've learned and implementing some of the ideas that will be taking away from this. And it's great to be here. I've done thousands of PubMed searches, and it's been such a great tool, and so it's an honor for me to be here speaking with you. So I just a quick show of hands, who here knows about Markdown or writes Markdown? So a fair amount of people, I would say half the people. So I would argue that Markdown, it's kind of everywhere, and depending on your perspective. There's just a tremendous amount of content that's being generated in these sort of modern forms of communication, where I think a lot of the people that have traditionally been part of scholarly publishing are now using these forms of communication. And I've been to a few of these conferences, STM, SSP, and one of the themes is like, where are the users going? Where are the people? And I think the people are at sites like this, where they're using GitHub and sites like Math Overflow, Stack Overflow, Slack, or Reddit, where they can solve problems in a much faster way that they have, traditionally been able to do. And all these sites are based on Markdown. It's the sort of the dominant writing system. So I think that Markdown potentially could be one of the dominant writing systems in the world going forward, although its penetrance in scholarly publishing is pretty much nil at this point. And I think really the story of Markdown is very similar to some ways the story of JATS, or at least the problems that JATS is addressing. So John Gruber, A Story with Markdown, kind of starts in 2004 officially. He's a programmer. He's kind of an XML geek like many of the people in the audience. He's a very prominent blogger. You can actually pay $10,000 a week now to advertise on his blog during Fireball. But in 2004, he was frustrated with his workflow of generating HTML to put into movable type. And he was like, this is stupid. This is so much harder than it has to be. I just want to be able to write an email in the email-like form and just be able to use that. And so he wrote markdown.pl, which is a Perl script, and that became the foundation for all the implementations that we have today. The story starts a little bit earlier with Aaron Schwartz, who's sort of the boy genius in this story. He was an amazing person. You'll read sometimes that he invented RSS. He didn't invent RSS, but he was at age 14 involved with like Dave Weiner and a lot of the RSS core group at that time. If you pull up the RFC 3870 RDF spec, he's like the one author on that spec. I think he wrote that when he was like 20 or 22. And he wrote a language called ATX, which was really the precursor to Markdown, and was working with John Gruber closely in developing that. He was also one of the co-owners of Reddit and became quite wealthy when Reddit was sold to Condé Nast. And he became somewhat of a crusader in terms of open information, and he was arrested regarding illegal or downloading of JSTOR articles. I certainly don't condone that, but the government response to that was an interesting time in history when WikiLeaks was happening and Julian Assange, and the government take a very strong stance to sort of make an example out of him. And so he committed suicide like 2 days after the government decided not to basically acquit him, because neither MIT or JSTOR were interested in pressing charges. But anyway, so he was an amazing person, and I think it's possible that he could be in this audience today if he were still alive. So anyway, continuing the story of Markdown continues. Really, the godfather now, the person who's kind of holding the torch, is John McFarlane, who's a professor and chair at Berkeley. And he has developed Pandoc, which is a tool I think most people are familiar with, as well as CommonMark, which is a spec which is taking the Markdown PL spec and saying, all right, let's formalize that. Let's make sure that it's as clean as possible, that so any parser that's implementing Markdown is unambiguous. And that's a very active community. In terms of getting Markdown into scholarly publishing, there have been a number of efforts, which I really won't go into in too much detail, but I think you're familiar with some of the names here: Martin Fenner, Karthik Ram. And these have been good starts, but they haven't been sustained efforts. And they also rely on using Pandoc as really the conversion tool. And as good as Pandoc is, it, as a general sort of document conversion tool, sort of suffers from its generality in a little bit, that you can't really go outside of what Pandoc's document model is very easily. And it's programmed in Haskell, which is kind of an impenetrable programming language for many people. So my thesis is to take the idea of Pandoc, at least, but put JATS at the center of that, or at least the JATS superfamily of JATS, bits, and STS. Because I think that both Markdown and JATS kind of are from the same sort of space. They're both trying to solve structure rather than presentation as their primary efforts, and to be able to transform documents easily. JATS is a standardized document format, so we can kind of lean on all the people who have taken it this far and learn from all of their efforts. And I think there is a great promise in using JATS as the central sort of common document format from the inception of when authors are starting to write all the way through the workflow when it's going into all the different forms that it's currently in. So the design of Pipedown is that it should be easy to learn, it should be easy to write, and make it as simple as possible, but not simpler. And so there's actually many sort of layers of this onion. And so there's a document model, which is basically JATS. And that's kind of both XML and Markdown are text formats, and they don't really have any sort of formal recognition of a file system. And both Word and PDF, the two probably the most dominant formats are really file systems. They're not just documents. You can put arbitrary binary objects in a Word document or a PDF, and that's why they're so useful. So Pipedown makes that relationship formal, saying that any tool that's compatible with this has to provide a file system interface. And then going forward, it also formalizes the relationship to the operating system, which is really the container. And I think this is the sort of the next layer that we're going to see is, containerization, Docker, which really addresses the reproducibility issues that are, occurring in science. So I believe the library of the future is like a formalized Docker registry where people are checking out, operating systems, applying the research, and then building on that. So, p.md file is a markdown file. The syntax is very similar to markdown, so any existing markdown process will be able to render that pretty well. But it also says, okay, there's a zip file format and there's also a Docker container. I won't really go into those so much right now. And so it has a formalized way of saying where objects are within this file system that it is contained within, relative to the file, relative to the file system root, relative to the container, or relative to the DNS, which is kind of how Markdown already works. So sorry for that. The compiler, most Markdown compiler processors are not context-free, so they proceed parsing into a block structure first, and then taking those blocks and then parsing inline structure from there. And then you get your initial AST out, and then do various transforms to get the final JATS products. And the syntax, my mouth is getting dry. The syntax is really pretty much the same as Markdown, but kind of using this link definition, which is a very useful object because it's making an association between two things, and then applying that same idiom in different contexts. So if you apply that in a list context, you get a definition list, which is quite useful. Or if you put it in a section context, you can now apply different block styles to sections. Or do things like importing and other sort of rule definitions. So basically the syntax is the same, but you're sort of generalizing that particular idiom. And so if you don't know Markdown, you'll learn it in the next 5 minutes because we'll demo that and we'll go over the basic features, which are sections, lists, the rules like I talked about, emphasis, external links, graphics or media, citations, entities, and then we'll see how much we can get to, but I think we can cover all the intermediate stuff, which is mathematics, tables, pre-formatted code blocks, the definition lists, definition sections, footnotes, internal links, which are hrefs basically, inline annotations, and then kind of getting out there, there's named entities, rules, coordinates, pipelining or transformation of text, binding other types of files to, say, definition lists, which can sort of comprehend into a larger table format, interfaces and type annotations, which I probably won't cover. So to do that, I'm going to come out of the presentation and then open up Pipeline, which is this application, which is kind of like a mashup of GitHub with version control, a WYSIWYG JATS editor, and a text editor that all work together. And so I would start potentially by making a new project, and I could create a project and then import files and start working on them here if I wanted to do that. So just demonstrate that you can do that. But I'm gonna go back to sort of this one which I've already set up. And in here I've got some images I've already uploaded and some test files. So first let's cover sections. Look, project, file. So on the left, tell me if the text is too small, I can make it bigger. As I type here, on the left side you get it updates, compiles and updates it. And then I can switch over and show the JATS underneath. So you see both of those. And so as we type, we'll be sort of demonstrating how that transforms into JATS and or the sort of rendered form. So sections, when you type a section, you know, it's a pound sign, and you'd say title, and that transforms into a section title that you're probably familiar with. And then you kind of keep typing from there. And typical Markdown processors will just, if you say, all right, I want to, instead of an H1, I want an H2 block, subtitle or subsection, then it gives you a flat list. It doesn't nest that like you'd expect in JATS. So one of the first changes in the transformation is putting that into a nested structure. So it becomes very easy to then kind of lay out a document, you know, methods, you know, results and so forth. All right, that's clear? Continue? All right, so you've learned sections, awesome. Lists are pretty easy, you just type a list. Actually, I'm going to start a new file. I'm going to start a new file, lists. So you basically just type a list like you would in an email. A, B, C, and then becomes an ordered list. Or if you want a bulleted list, same thing. When you get a bulleted, see. So I'm going to introduce the rules here. Sometimes the white space will collapse, and so you want just something to slice that list in half. And so a rule just allows you to kind of do that. But a rule, it's in traditional Markdown that would be translated into a horizontal rule, but horizontal rules aren't that useful, so they're just eliminated from the document, so they don't actually contribute at all. And so you can use these as comments. And so you have a way to sort of put comments in and also just break up content where you want to. Okay, so we learned lists. If you want to say, you know, nest a list, so you say first item, what you do is you indent it with 4 spaces and then type the next list item. And I made a typo, but oh, I need to put content on there, and then it'll create a nested list for you. The rendering's a little weird on that right now. There it goes. So it's really easy to make lists, nested lists, and so forth in Markdown. And then all the 5 sort of types you'd expect, Roman, alpha, order, bullet are there. All right, so moving forward, rules, we kind of covered that. It gets a little fancier. They get special powers later. But for emphasis, so it's easy to kind of express, if you didn't have any formatting, you would, you know, an email, you might put something like, all right, this is important. And that becomes italic. If you put 2 asterisks, it's bold. And then and then there's various other forms of that. Underlining content, 2 underscores. I mapped 1 underscore to overline, which I don't know how useful that is. I don't know, how do people use overline? This is really the only thing I could think of, is writing scripts old style, 1 tab POIT with meals, and get an overline. So I don't know, that's probably superfluous. Superscript, or I should say subscript first, is between tildes. So water, Avogadro's number, 10 to the 23rd. Okay, so it's really easy to make all those sort of formatting things you'd expect. You also have strike through and things that programmers use all the time, which is like a monospaced. In HTML, that usually maps to a code element, but since code is a block element in JATS, as far as I can tell, mapped to monospace. So this is a variable name. And then it becomes monospace font. So that's emphasis. Any questions on emphasis? No? Okay. Keep moving forward. Let's see what we have next. So links. So there's 4 different ways, at least 4 different ways to make links. The first one is we are at it's called an inline link. So you say NIH and you put the link in parentheses and it creates the link for you over here. This is the WYSIWYG editor, so I can edit this over here too if I want to, but I'm not focused on that right now. So that becomes an external link there. Or you can take this out and it becomes a reference link. And then you use a label, and that label is used to associate the href to the label. So that is the link definition. All right. You can also just leave out one of those, and it's almost like a Wikipedia-like link, and that still works. Or you can do something called auto links. And auto links are between brackets where the href itself just takes on both the link and the value in the text. Okay, so those are links. And so we kind of reuse this idiom here over in different ways to do more interesting things. One ways is to, well, okay, let me cover media links because they look almost the same as the other ones. If you want to put an image in, switch back over here. So you can, I'll do it just an inline image here, and I'm going to address something that's in the same project, which I already know is named figure.png, and then I put an asterisk in front of it, and then it creates that as a graphic. So then the alt text is here, and that is a graphic. So one of the transform steps is to say, all right, if I find a graphic in the middle of a paragraph and it's the only thing in the paragraph, let's make that a graphic. But if I find it in text, then I probably wanted inline graphic. And then that one doesn't compress well, but if I wanted, say, an icon. Did I name it something else? Oh yeah, cube. So you can do both inline and display graphics. So that's really cool. It's really easy to do. So then, one of the variations is say, all right, if the href isn't just some arbitrary href and it's to one of the metadata repositories that we all use, the two ones we've implemented are PubMed and Crossref, then just go and fetch the citation. Like, I don't think you actually want to build a link there. You just want to cite this. So C, and if I say Jones et al., and then I define that here, and I'm going to say that's PubMed, PMID. I'm going to go back up out of the project to do a quick search here, and I'm going to create a citation library, which I'm going to name PubMed. Okay, now I have a search interface to PubMed. So, a friend of mine. Hopefully I hooked that up. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so here's an eLife article. Add that. And what I want to get is that PubMed identifier. Just going to reload that. I need to display the PubMed identifier a little bit more easily. And for the purpose of this demo, just need an easier way to get that ID. So if I search for that again, I'm just going to get the PubMed ID here. Go back to, where was I? Lists? No, links, thank you. All right, so if I type that in, oh, it won't, Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. All right, so now it went and fetched the citation data. And then what that does is it creates the XREF with a bibliography reference. It formatted it using CSL. And it created a reference with two citation alternatives. One is the element citation, and then one is the mixed citation. The mixed citation doesn't have any semantic content. It's really only for human lookup. But if you want to get the actual element data, it's there too. So hopefully it's the best of kind of both worlds in terms of that debate. And then kind of jumping ahead, I'm going to set what I'm calling environment variable, citation style, and then I can access any of the 7,000 styles. I don't know why we need 7,000 styles, but then you can then format your references using nature, science. I really like the IEEE one. I don't know, what are some other favorite ones? Harvard? Did that come up? Maybe that's mapped to something else. It's probably Chicago has a bunch. Then you have to remember it's Chicago, date, author. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Chicago, author, date. There's a bunch of different Chicago styles. So yeah, I can just paste in links that are DOIs or from PubMed IDs, or you could imagine, Mendeley or any other metadata provider which has a scheme and something, and then you can go get this citation data. You can do that. So citations become really easy, and it kind of brings up: do we need citation managers anymore? Do we need to hoard PDFs anymore? We probably still will for a period of time, but really, Crossref is our citation manager. PubMed is our citation manager. So entities. This is kind of a fun one because, like, Unicode. Who are the most prominent users of Unicode in the world, at least in the English-speaking world? They're probably your children, because so when they're using Snapchat and sending half-naked messages to their friends, or using their phone or whatever, they're using syntax like this. Oh my God, and then it's a colon, and then it's a parameter entity. They're usually basically using Unicode parameter entities because all the emojis are Unicode characters. So I would say that the biggest prominent users of emoji or of Unicode is emojis. So instead of using the emoji set, what we can do is take all the parameter entities from JATS and put those in here. So we can say, oh my God, the set of real numbers is so big. And I'm trying to make this bigger into headers, but it's kind of fun. You can just kind of explore this set of PAE, right, encyclopedia. That should be an AE ligature, right? We'll just put that in. So it makes it really easy to use all those parameter entities that are in JATS, and they're awesome, but they're just a little harder to get to. So those are entities. One of the cool things you can do with entities is define them. So if I want us to, reuse something throughout my document, one of the things is, okay, the mouse string, C57BL6. But they're often like these like weird things that are like mute, X4 that you wouldn't want to type over and over again. So then I'm just going to assign that to my own entity, C57, and I can say the C57 mouse string, and I can reuse that over and over again throughout the document. So it makes it really easy to kind of define variables, reuse those, and you can kind of build templates where you can then just put in, the result values that you're still waiting for, and then substitute that all in one place. So those are what I'm calling named entities. All right, so on to sort of intermediate things. Mathematics, which is actually pretty easy. We're using LaTeX, which is what most Markdown implementations use, and that uses the Einstein's equation. So $1 sign for inline math equals MC squared. And then what you get is you get the citation alternatives with the tech math element and then MML. And then it'd be pretty easy to put in an SVG, which I think is great. I love SVG, or whatever else. Display math works pretty much the same way, but just put it between two $2 signs and you get a display formula. So mathematics is really easy. I'm using KTech and or MathJax. KTech renders much, much faster. Since it's a synchronous sort of rendering pipeline, that it's better for a real-time demo, but KTech doesn't have quite as good coverage as MathJax, so if you fail that, then it'll retry using the MathJax engine. But it's nicer for an editing environment to be able to render faster. So tables. Tables are still an area where you kind of need some work, but you can do basic tables and be efficient quickly with tables. So the table syntax is you basically have a header row, then kind of a call group, and then the body. And so you start that off with, let's say, patient characteristics. So the patient characteristics, A group, B group. So it doesn't look like anything yet. So my call group, the columns are separated by 3 dashes, and then it becomes a header row. And then I can say CITES or something like that. 45, 55% or something like that. You know, I see this New England Journal of Medicine. So using the XHTML table model, and so you get a call group, table header. Did I do that wrong? No, I think that's right. So it's really easy to make tables. In terms of alignment, table alignment, if you put a colon on the left side, then you want left alignment. If you want on the right side, then you do right alignment or center alignment, which I don't have fully implemented, but that's how these are called GitHub flavored markdown tables. So tables are quite easy to do. Pre-format blocks. So this is something that that programmers use all the time. They're constantly putting syntax into code documentation. So if I wanted to type some JavaScript code, and I put that in between either 3 backticks or 3 tildes, it's sort of like, you know, a reserved pre-formatted area where I can type anything I want here, and it preserves that in the pre-format blocks. This first line, there's an area called the info string, and if the info string contains a label which maps to a programming language, then it will go ahead and syntax highlight that. What Java language was that? JavaScript. Okay, so now instead of a pre-format, you get a code, and then it should syntax highlight that for you. And then there's a bunch of different syntax highlighting schemes and color schemes for different languages. Okay, moving forward. Everyone doing okay? Definition lists. Definition lists are awesome, but they're totally underused in HTML. No, I mean, who here uses DD, DT, DL? There's one person. There's a few people. For whatever reason, the default rendering in HTML just sucks, and no one really uses it. But they're great, and it's easy to make definition lists in this pipe-down language. Definition list. So instead of doing a simple list like A, B, C, you just put a label in front of it. So first name, last name, and they basically resemble forms, right? First name, last name, degrees. So you can imagine just taking a definition list and then also remapping that to a contributor. right, so you get a definition list. I don't have the nesting going on that for that yet, but that shouldn't be too hard to add. But definition lists are really quite useful, again, because it's an associative array. And then, it's a map. You can then transform that to other things. You can imagine having like a BibTeX-like format that people can enter their citation stuff manually if they really want to, if they have something that isn't in Crossref. Or contributors, affiliation lists is a very flexible kind of approach to taking a definition list and then transforming it to something else. So definition lists are really easy to do. All right, definition sections. So let's say I put in a graphic here. So some alt text, and I put in figure. What did I do wrong there? Forget the name of that. Just reloaded that just in case, but well, I don't remember where I was, but let's try that again. So I want a graphic. It should be figured out PNG. All right, well, let's use cube. I don't know why it's not pulling that up right now, but you saw it earlier. So let's just continue. It'll probably work in a second. But what's that? Oh yeah, I do need the dot. That's what I need. Thank you. Teaching my, yeah, well, that's the text. That's right. All right, that should work, but it doesn't. Okay. Well, so in a definition list, instead of just using a title here or any text, there it goes. I just had to realize something was weird. So any other text, there's a lot of elements in JATS which have the form, the block, and an optional label, optional title. And so you can kind of reuse that over and over again to say this is my label. So if I want figure 1, foo, whatever it is, then instead of taking the section, you recognize you probably want to make it a figure. And so taking the section, retransforming that to a figure block where you have the label, the caption put in there, and then the graphic. And then anything that's also sort of contained within the section. So this is going to be stuff after caption. If I put anything else here, it's kind of already sort of nested in that block, so this becomes the figure caption. And so in here, then I have it, it looks a little e-life-ish, but I've got a figure label. I could edit that here. My label, figure caption, so forth. So it's really easy to not only make figures and graphics, but then wrap that in the appropriate sort of manner that users would expect to see in the final rendered output after they're published. You can do the same thing with the table. So instead of just having a bare table, you can wrap it in a table wrap. Let's see. So if I put in a section, just make a quick table there, and my table caption, and instead it's going to be table 1. So then now, instead of getting a figure, I get a table wrap. And I get the label, the caption with the title. So you have to sort of remap that. Sometimes the title's in the caption, sometimes it's not. So you have to be careful for that. But easy to make table structures. And one sort of that I like the appearance of is basically wrapping a code block, so you can make a box text with sort of like a formal code listing. Kind of like you saw in Manuscripts app. Tables, but you can also do other kinds of things. You can put in other interesting blocks. So if I want to put stuff into an appendix. All right, so now I've actually taken it, I've put it in the back of the article, and it's the appendix. So you can have multiple appendices very easily by just kind of reusing that, again, reusing that idiom over again. Or, no, it's not the appendix, this is going to be the abstract. So now I'm putting it in the front where the abstract should be. And so you can kind of reuse that for glossaries, putting definition lists inside glossaries. A lot of different ways you can kind of recombine stuff to make all the sort of familiar JATS structures. For footnotes, let me back up here, get my table. So footnotes have the syntax that looks like this, where it's sort of like a bracket thing, and then there's a caret and then a number. So that's footnote 1. So if I want to say for this third column, the data is not available, I can do that. Should re-render that. Which one was I in? Which file was I in? I need sections? Yeah. Okay. So footnotes, when they're initially found, they'll bubble, and they bubble into the nearest containing footnote compatible group. So if for a table, that's the table footer. And if they bubble all the way up to the article, then they get put in the back. But so you sort of have to watch that bubbling and then just put it in the correct footnote container. But it makes it really easy to make footnotes. Internal links, haven't fully implemented that, but okay, I've got a label here, table 1. I should just be able to say see in any other part of the document, see title 1, and it should be able to map that and make the appropriate href. Doesn't do that just yet, but that's not very hard to do. Okay, so we're making progress here. Inline annotations, this is kind of a new one. Like, how do you put comments into a JATS document? For me, building tools for users, they got to have comments. But there's really no comment block in JATS. There is a comment element, but it's not used. It doesn't seem to be intended for that at all. But we can kind of use the link instead of the link looking like HTTP, whatever. Link text. This is going to be a comment. Make it look like a Twitter or something like that, and then that sort of associates it with a person. So then it becomes a comment. Looks like a comment here. And I'm using name content specific use comment. That's probably not right. Maybe it should be content type. What's that? That's specific use? Nice. And so with that, you can mark up comments. You can also mark up additions, insertion. There's no ins or del in JATS, but they are kind of useful. So if I wanted to mark deleted text or inserted text, I could do that pretty easily. So yeah, so you need to have those ability for users to annotate as well. So for advanced features, I kind of went over named entities with the C57 BAL6 mouse. Named rules were basically, so here I'm in sections, but I want to basically assemble a document. Go ahead, Bruce. 5 minutes. Okay. So I want to assemble a document together. I should just be able to kind of splice that in, right, and then name a document. Currently I have that mapped a little bit different way, where I'm going to import basic p.md, and with some luck, guess the import's not working right now. But basically, you can create a master file, import stuff, just like I heard about an X-include in STS. It would be probably just like that, where you can take larger documents, compose them from smaller pieces. So I think I'll skip coordinates, which is basically a generalization of footnotes. So if you imagine a footnote as being a one-dimensional point, so what happens if you have a two-dimensional point and you want to access, say, a row or a column or a row in a table or a selection, or maybe a grid on a figure, you want to highlight something in a pixelated bitmap, you can do that with coordinates. Pipelines, you're basically transforming things. So you take the C50s in black, got a function which is going to make it bold or do other substitution or capitalization. You've got that. You can imagine taking a CSV file or an XLS file, and those labels might map from first name, last name, email, bind that to a definition list, and then it'll splay it out as a fully populated contribution list. Because you see like articles with 1,000 authors, you don't want to type that. You want to keep that in Excel or something like that. So it's a way to be able to kind of do that. So anyway, I've covered a lot. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully it was clear. I'd be happy to answer any questions. So thank you. Martin?
Okay, I hope it works. Yeah. Markdown has some restrictions. For example, I know that you cannot do call spans or row spans in tables. And how do you work with these things or with these restrictions? Or do you
tables?
Extend Markdown in a way?
Yeah. Right, you need to extend it. So one way you could do that, instead of using a vertical pipe separator, you could just eliminate that and infer that, well, in the previous column you had 3 cells, in this one you only have 2, so let's just merge the 2 for you. Or you can make that explicit, say with a plus sign or some other labeling. I mean, tech is kind of also, you could also say, well, let's do it like LaTeX did, but, there's different options there. Another way to address that is with that sort of coordinate referencing, which I kind of mentioned. So you could make a footnote, which would address that row and then attach sort of an attribute and say call span equals 2 or something like that. And so you're addressing a particular cell and then you're applying sort of an extra attribute onto it. I didn't mention there are actually 3 special named references where if you do something like this, ID is a reserved word that you can assign an ID to an element. Or I can also assign a class to it. So this is, again, one way to put extra metadata. So a class, so I know there's a class called UI segment here in my library. Okay. Or you can also access style properties. So a fun one is CSS transform. So I'm going to rotate this. It's kind of fun. Or 100 degrees, or 180 degrees. So you can pretty much access the DOM style properties, a whitelisted DOM styles too. But you can imagine taking that and then, sort of pinning or associating specialized types of footnotes onto different elements to be able to kind of do different things like you're mentioning. Yes.
I have a question and a comment. The question is this something that's shareable that we could, as publishers, use, or is it just for you?
Well, I've been focusing just on actually developing it and getting it to work, and it's still kind of in that phase, although it's getting pretty good. So right now, I mean, the implementation is running on pubref.org, although there's quite a bit of changes that I have not pushed, but you can start playing with it there. For publishers, one thing I didn't mention is that this is already integrated with several publishing, it's integrated with Aries and eJournal Press. So at the end of this, I can go publish. I can select 4,000 different articles, and then I can assign a label type, and then it'll do a check to make sure it has all sort of the minimum basic requirements, package that up, and then it'll send it to Aries. So for publishers that are on Aries or on eJournal Press or that aren't and are interested in exploring new sort of submission options, I mean, the way that I think about an article submission should be is it's a fork. If I'm going to submit an article, I should have like a GitHub-like interface or repo. I know scholars aren't going to necessarily use GitHub, so we need to make GitHub-ish easier for scholars. But I should just fork an article, and then that's the submission. And then you can change, you can make comments. I can work on the fork, and so forth. So if you're interested in kind of pursuing that kind of sort of newfangled workflow, I'd definitely love to talk to you.
Well, it looks great. Commons, it's introduced as jet down, but I see pipe down in the presentation.
Yes, I changed the name since the thing.
But I looked it up, and it says basically telling someone to shut up.
Pipe down.
Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, I thought it's kind of a little bit funny. So he reuses this sort of concept of piping and transformation, and rather than have it just be associated with just JATS, I think it does potentially apply to the sort of the JATS superfamily. And there were some comments that like, why isn't it JATS? People didn't seem to like the name, so I sort of changed it. So.
Great. Thank you very much,
Thank
Paul.
you. Get that later.
Okay, our last speaker today is probably about the last person in the room who needs an introduction, but I will make a couple of comments by way of introducing Jeff Beck. The first is he has been running the NLM DTD and then JATS project since its inception in 2002. I remember a fateful meeting back in April of 2002 when it all got kicked off. And more recently has been running the BITS project since that started in 2012. On a more personal note, I have a much keener appreciation for how challenging it is to be a chair or co-chair of these projects now that I'm co-chairing STS. And I have enormous gratitude for everything you've given to these projects through the years running them. And just the one final note before Jeff comes up, if I think through all of the talks that we've had at JATS-Con through the years, have been really some amazing, amazing talks. I mean, really tremendous talks. But I think my favorite of all has nothing to do with any of the technology, but it's a talk that Jeff gave closing the conference 4 years ago called Beware the Spork. And it was a wonderful talk, and I'm hopefully going to hear something as entertaining today.
I can't guarantee anything.
Anyhow, without further ado, Jeff Beck.
Thank you, Bruce. That was very nice. How do I get this? Let's put this up while we do our conference closing business. This is where we'll be at for happy hour and, well, depending how long I talk. So this is an easy walk from here, probably an easy walk from a lot of your hotels. So I hope to see everyone there, even if you just want to drop in and say hey. I have a lot of people to thank because this conference takes a lot of people to run. Of course, I want to thank the conference committee again, Laura and Bruce, and Debbie and Tommy, who had to leave a little early today. I really want to thank all of our presenters and authors, so I want to give them another hand. Please check out the proceedings. In the next couple of weeks, we'll get final versions of papers up there. We'll get the slides associated with the articles, and we'll get the videos so you can watch the presentations again. I think that's a really nice resource. And I have a project for one of my people in the back who is going to be converting everything over to BITS 2.0 so we can use some of the fancy new features in the proceedings. from here on out. Finally, I want to thank the staff of the electronic libraries section of the Information Engineering branch of the National Center for Biotechnology Information of the National Library of Medicine. Those are the people who have been manning the desk and handling your registration and handing out parking tickets, the ones so you can get out of paying, not the ones that you have to pay. And they've been helping you find the restroom and things like that. I especially want to thank Jane Davenport, Onwin, and Lisa Brennan, who really put in extra hours for 3 days straight getting our coffee and snacks together. So I'd like to thank all of them. And we set aside a couple of waters for the last talk. Laura, is there anyone that I've forgotten to thank?
Our AV crew here in the room.
Yes.
And our videographer.
Excellent. Will you thank them for me?
Gentlemen, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So, I don't like to be told what to do. Let me change my slides. Somebody should have told me that. Okay. I don't like to be told what to do, so any of you in this room who feel the same, I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I want to start off with a little bit of a tragic story that involves my house. This is not my house, but it looks nice, it fits nice on a slide. Several years ago, well, it's been about 10 years, we embarked on a journey of home repair. And I've always done a lot of home repairs myself, but this was a very big project. And it was going to involve many systems and wall moving and new heating and air conditioning and plumbing and bathroom being redone and rooms moving around. And I knew that we could, I thought I could do a lot of that myself, but I wouldn't have been finished by now, and I probably also wouldn't still be married. So we got in touch with a design and build firm in the area, and they're more expensive than if you go out and you hire all the subcontractors yourself. But they come in and they do the design, and then when you agree on the blueprints, they'll bring a project manager in, and they'll plan out all the work, and they'll manage all of the subcontractors, and it's supposed to be seamless. We moved into our garage for about 3 months. Upstairs, there was heat and no car, and we stayed out there, and while all this work was being done, and one of the results was we spent a lot of money. Now, I thought it was worth it because all the management was being taken care of, but these projects sometimes take on a life of their own, and our project manager turned out to be not that great. So our project turned out like, not exactly like this. You might not recognize me because you'd never see me in shorts. So it wasn't this bad, but there were a lot of things that were really, really wrong. One of the biggest problems we had was with the tile guys who just came, and we had different tile for different places in the house, and I very carefully labeled all of them. And then we came home from work one day, and we found the bathroom tile on the kitchen wall, and all kinds of things. So that all got taken down and tiled over, and then the final thing that the tile guy did is after he finished grouting the shower floor, he took his grout water and he poured it down the shower drain, which of course clogged it, turned into concrete, and which meant that the first floor ceiling had to be opened up, and then all the plumbing for the shower had to be redone. And we had some trouble with the HVAC and the electricians. The plumbers were great. So we had a lot of those problems, and I wound up figuring a lot of this out and getting back to the project manager, who disappeared after a few weeks, and it was very, very frustrating. So finally, we get to the end of the project, and they send us the senior project manager, who had always been one of their best construction guys, and they send him over, and we're negotiating about how much money we're going to get back, or how much is going to be lopped off the final bill. And we get into a discussion because he's telling us how much extra they had to spend because the subcontractors screwed up. And I thought, wait a minute, that was your problem. So I was getting more and more upset, and I don't get angry a lot. Well, I used to get angry a lot, but I don't always show it, and I was showing it at this point, and I finally told him that he didn't know what his job was, because he thought he was in the construction business. He thought he was going to come in and he was a building guy. And if you're a building guy, you come in and you build. Well, no, he's not a building guy. I explained to him his job was to take care of all those idiots that he invited into my house and make sure they didn't screw it up. And if they did screw it up, it was his responsibility to fix it. It was not my responsibility to fix it. So let's review. This plus this equals this. Now, in keeping with one of the themes from earlier in the day, here is in math now. I just show codes because somebody mentioned word perfect earlier today. I always liked word perfect. Also, this was a while ago, and we've gotten through that, and our house is really very nice now. And the shower still works, so we're in great shape. I had one of those milestone birthdays recently, not like last week, so don't wish me happy birthday after we're done. But it was, oh, wait a minute, no, that's not the guy. I'd forgotten about that slide. I do that because that's what they do in medical journals, right? So I had one of those milestone birthdays, and this is not the actual cake. But you get to a point where you have a milestone birthday and you think back to the things that have changed in your life. And I've been mulling these things over, really kind of with an eye on not necessarily technology, but I come across something and I start thinking, that sure has changed in my 25 years or so on this planet. And I was listening to a podcast. Now, the podcast told me about this thing called TaskRabbit. I don't know whether everybody knows about TaskRabbit. TaskRabbit this is their slogan, we do chores, you live life. That's really nice. You go to TaskRabbit and you sign up either as a worker or as a non-worker, because you're signing up to not do work, right? That's not their term. So if you have a chore that needs to be done, I need my garage cleaned out. You put in a thing on TaskRabbit, and they tell you that they're going to. You say what the job is and how much you'll pay, and then they have taskers who fill out their profile, and then you get hooked up, and they come over and they do your task for you. This seems pretty awesome, but I don't know. It's really kind of different than anything we've had. Meeting up with people to do your tasks on your phone. I thought that was very interesting. So, and then I started thinking about podcasts. And when I was a kid, I loved the radio. Whatever happened to radio? Radio's gone down the tubes. It's programmed by corporations, and they play the same songs over and over again. And all the good talk stuff is gone. Now there's only, bad talk stuff, as far as I'm concerned. None of the fun talk stuff. It's either sports or politics. So I discovered podcasts, and podcasts are great. You can go listen to whatever you want, whenever you want. It's content that is distributed, it's decentralized. You can get it whenever and whenever you want it, and all you have to do is figure out what you want to listen to. Filtering it out is one of the challenges. Finding what you want can be a bit of a challenge. And that got me thinking about TV. I mean, people don't really watch TV like they did when I was a kid. Thursdays at 8 o'clock was Happy Days. Hey. Everybody watched Happy Days, and you went into school and you talk about what Fonzie did that night before. Oh, he's going to jump the shark. It was incredible that everyone watched the same thing. We only had 4 channels. Now we've got a jillion channels. And we've got a jillion channels that you can get whenever and wherever you want to. I can get them on my phone if I hadn't left it back at my desk. So we've got TV has become decentralized. We don't have to go to 4 channels and listen to what they tell us is on that night. Oh, after Happy Days was Laverne and Shirley, another winner. So it's decentralized, but you got to figure out what you want. I don't know if anybody has one of these Apple TVs, but everything's on there. And then when you click on one of those things, there's everything on there. It's just absolutely amazing. And then I thought about car rentals. Well, it used to be you'd go to Hertz and you'd get a car. This is something else that's become decentralized. You want a car? You go to the internet, you prove that you're who you say you are, and you go down the street and you get into a car. It's absolutely amazing. They're also decentralized. So one of my podcasts that I listen to, and these guys are pretty entertaining. They're economists, and they talk about everyday things. Not just money, because even though I love it, I find it kind of boring. Money, that is. So they had this podcast on hitchhiking, and that got me to think, because when I was a kid, hitchhikers were everywhere. mean, they were mostly hippies, not like the good, clean hippies we have today. And these were the real hippies, the real deal. And sometime along the way, nobody hitchhiked anymore. Actually, when I was looking up the link for this episode of Freakonomics Radio, I saw they had like 4 or 5 issues on episodes on hitchhiking. Well, we all know why people don't hitchhike anymore, right? Because your mom? Because you're going to get murdered. Or worse. But, has anybody done this? You go to your phone, and you say, hey, I'm standing here by myself and I need a ride. Come get me. And then some guy pulls up, and you get in, and he drives you to where you want, and you get out. It's kind of like hitchhiking. But there's a little bit of a difference. It's really the same difference we have with the TaskRabbit, I would hope. And that is, there's some kind of trust there. I mean, it's not real trust. It's the fact that all of your details and all of your payment information are in the system. So if you murder your Uber driver, or if your Uber driver murders you, they can track you down. But that's kind of trust. Something to build on. Hopefully it keeps a lot of people from getting murdered. I have to take a break now because I don't remember what my next slide is. Oh. So we've had a lot of things come up, a lot of topics that have come up, and a bunch of them have been kind of themes throughout the discussion. And there's lots of them. There's open access and open access, online first and open access, preprints, open peer review, DOI, ORCID JATS. There should be more. Oh, bits, NISO, green, blue, versions of record, all of this. So it's got me thinking about how this technology that allows us to decentralize so many businesses and allow access in many, many different ways is really going to change how we handle journals, journal articles. Because I'm a one-trick pony, I do journal articles. So I make some assumptions, and I'll share them with you, and we can argue about them later. But I think most of them are pretty safe because I'm sure I didn't dream them up. I heard them probably from some smart people. The internet will continue to change the way information is delivered. Not really going out on a ledge there. I think it's going to continue to change really everything that we do. We haven't seen the last of the internet, I'll tell you that. New audiences will want things quicker. On my next statement, I did not write down, but I say it all the time in the office. So don't quote me on this. Oh, you people on the TV, turn away. The people who want PDFs for everything are dying off, and they're not going to be the audience of the future. They're going to continue to be they're going to continue to be consumers for a while, but we can't build our systems on an audience who is leaving us. We have to build our systems on the audience that's coming. And I think they will want things quicker. Because they're very impatient, these millennials. I heard you, Audrey. Authors will get their content out quicker, one way or another, because they can. They have the technology. I'm not making another 70s TV reference. They're going to publish their content as soon as they can, when they can, how they can. And it's going to happen. It's going to make people uncomfortable when they start to do this more and more. It's probably what all the preprint talk is about these days. And I think we can decide that, no, we don't want to do preprints, but we're not going to decide we're never going to do preprints because they're going to happen. So I made some thoughts about how this may or may not work, and if people get too upset, I'll just run away. Oh, finally. No, don't look at that. Okay. So, selection and distribution. I think these are the things that we really need to worry about when we, I don't want to use certain words, get journal articles out. So let's take a look at how things work now in a very gross sense. We have a journal. It is a journal. And there are articles. So people are writing articles and they think, oh, I'm going to submit this to the greatest journal in the world. So they make their submissions. So articles are created. They go to journals. Journals make selection. They select what they want in their journal. I know this is kind of basic, but stick with me. They make a selection, and then they make a distribution. And I think these are the two big verbs, even though they're nouns, that we need to worry about. Now, I have a feeling that in this model, publication is at the distribution area. But we've got people now, we've had people for 10 years, maybe not 10 years, who've been doing this. The articles are created by our little purple authors, and they submit them to the journal, which makes a selection. But this journal has the internet. So the journal makes a distribution. These are our preprints, or maybe our online firsts, or maybe our e-publications. But at this distribution, this is publication of the article. It may be collected in issues. They may be collected in issues later. But I think we're getting to the point where if you're doing this, issues are unnecessary. So, what nobody told these journals is that the authors have the internet too. And they're going to want to distribute their articles as soon as they can. It rings true because I heard it about 3 slides ago. The interesting thing is, if I was this journal, I would feel very cut out of this process. But we're living in a world of incredible information. I refuse to read comments on articles on the internet because 99% of them are just ridiculous, and there's so much of it. So we're going to actually have a lot of purple dots making articles and distributing them. I think that the real value, the real thing we need, and I hate to say, your job as a journal is going to be doing the selection of the content, blessing it, giving it your thumbs up. Because there's going to be tons of stuff out there, and there's Twitter, and there's the Facebook, and people need to know what's good to spend their time on because time is very important. Here it is. When everyone has a voice, it can get pretty loud, and it's overwhelming. So those are my thoughts on what you all should be doing. I know it is not very JATS-y, but it's been burning inside of me for a while, and I had to get it out. So thank you for listening patiently. Thank you all for coming to JATS-Con, and I hope that we will see you next year.